Microphone check from the large boardroom.
We hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Phone check.
We hear you loud and clear, Director Rayburn.
Thank you. Would you also be able to unblock my video?
Yes.
Thank
We're
you.
dropping that now, Director Rayburn.
Great.
Start video. There we go. Let's send it.
Okay.
Are you muted?
No.
Media staff, do we have a closed captioner?
Hey, Jackie.
Yes.
So, yeah, so Granicus is not going through for us. I'm not sure why. We tested it 3 times. So we're going to stick with YouTube.
Okay, what
Do-
about?
Do we have a closed caption?
So someone needs to speak to.
The closed
to
captioner.
Jackie.
Jackie's, I got Jackie right here. In fact, you were just talking to her. Yeah, so we're going to let Carol Timms know.
Thank you.
Does she have access to the Zoom closed captioning? Has anything changed with that?
I need her to log on so I can give her access before I start this meeting.
We'll get on that right away.
Good morning, Jackie. Sound check.
Good morning, President Foley. You sound great.
Thank you.
Any through business.
Uh, Audit committee seat appointees. I do see that you are on the meeting, and I will appoint you as panelists when the meeting time allows for you. Thank you. Good morning, Director Ames.
Good morning. The sun is out. We have our good weather back.
Good morning, Director McPartlin, again.
This looks like a rather straightforward agenda.
Especially crafted for keeping it short, right? Oh,
Well, when I was
hold on.
when I was president of the board, I made that statement one time, and Radulovich was the vice president, and it says this has the potential for being a short meeting, and he says, "Well, that's entirely up to you." And I says, "You know better than that. I control the sequence. I don't control the content."
Yes, you never know. That's what
Do you
they
hear that, Mark? It's up to you to keep the meeting short.
All right. Can someone make a motion to adjourn right after the?
So moved.
As John said, I am only, or as someone, I think as Janice said, I am only the conductor. So
Mhm.
I have my Akita cup. It's falling apart, but I had an Akita. It was my best friend. Best friend. I still have my cup to remember him by. Sorry, it looks a little shabby, but
good morning, Madam Secretary. Are we ready to proceed?
We are ready to proceed. We have our closed captioner. We are good to go.
Wonderful. Well, good morning and welcome. I'd like to call the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District Board meeting of October 28th, 2021 to order. Please note, pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N1521, public participation for this meeting will be via teleconference only. The meeting is being live streamed and can be watched via BART.gov, and presentation materials can be viewed on BART.legistar.com. For our public participants, your microphones are automatically muted. If you wish to speak on an agenda item, please dial *9 to virtually raise your hand when public comment on an item is announced. And when it's your turn to speak, you may need to dial *6 to accept the unmute request. Again, *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. Comments which have been received via email have been provided to the board and will be included as a permanent part of the meeting record. So with that, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director McPartlin,
Here.
Director Rayburn,
Here.
Director Saltzman,
Here.
Director Simon,
Good morning, here.
Director Allen, Director Ames,
here, good morning.
Director Duffy,
Here.
Director Lee.
Here.
President Foley.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Director McPartlin, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'd be honored. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, John. Do we have any special guests in attendance today?
I have a special guest to introduce if we're ready to go to that.
Yes, please.
Great. So it's my honor to introduce you to a very special member of the BART family. And earlier this month, when I was riding BART on my way to go tour the closed underground restrooms, which we'll talk about later, I saw a BART employee on the train. So I approached him and got to meet for worker Andrew Williams. And we got to chat for a couple minutes. And I was amazed to hear from him that he's about to celebrate his 50th year of service with BART next month, which I just found so incredible and admirable, and I think probably historic. And over the last 50 years, Andrew has basically written the book on the four-worker position and always took the efficient operation of the railroad seriously. His coworkers compliment him for his stellar job performance and his impeccable attention to detail. So I'd like to congratulate Mr. Williams on a career that spans almost as long as the district's existence, as he plans to depart the district next month in retirement. So thank you so much for your service. And I'd like to turn it over to Chief Transportation Officer Roy Aguilera, who'd like to say a few more words about Andrew.
Thank you, Director Saltzman.
Relax.
Andrew, why don't you stand up so everybody can see you right here? Let's, actually, if you could stand over here on this side, right here. Okay, so thank you very much, Director Saltzman. When Andrew began working at BART November 29th, 1971, gas was 36 cents a gallon. Let's Stay Together by Al Green was #1 on the radio, for those that use radios, and I was 5 years old. So, all to say that, you know, Andrew has been a fixture here at BART, and he's everything that he brought to us will stay with BART for a long, long time. So, Andrew has been an inspiration. He's been a role model, helping those in need, sometimes beyond the call of duty. He's worn the hats of father, teacher, mentor, and friend. Andrew's 50-year career started as a train operator. He's done many things as a forwarker when he got promoted almost immediately after he became a certified train operator. In 1988, he became a tower forwarker and took up the Richmond Yard, and he stayed there for his entire career at Richmond. During his stay at Richmond, we knew that Richmond was always running safe, with precision, with on-time dispatches for our passengers, which is very important. Safety, on-time dispatches, all due to everything that Andy's done throughout his career. He really set the standard for what a tower forwarker is, and for that we thank him. His leadership, his influence in training, policy, procedure, and the overall structure of what BART is today is because of Andrew. Andrew is a consummate professional. His impact will be felt and will continue to be felt for years to come. So on behalf of the BART family and from me personally, Andrew, I wish you the best in retirement as you spend time with loved ones and everything you do that you want to do in your new phase of life. Thank you so much for your 50 years of dedication. Congratulations on your retirement and best wishes. I'd like to present you at this time with something that is dear to us. It is, if you can help me with it. I'll let you open it. Present you with a glass crystal train as a thank you for your 50 years of service. If you could show the board, the crystal train, the camera's right here.
Present it, show the train up.
There you go. Thank you. Okay. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, it's been I use the terminology, hard road at home is kind of like a little southern term. That you got to see what you're doing, how you're doing, and communicate as strongly as possible in order to get the job done. So, this day is, I don't know what to say, so many people in here, and I thank each and every last one of you to see me this morning and what I've accomplished in my years of service. So, I know down the road, you can't stay here forever. But I might be at home playing on the train or something. I don't know. So, thanks for everyone. I don't know what else to say. I can get into some other areas, but we're going to stay out of those areas. Okay, because I want this to be the opportunity that I got this chance to see each and every last one of you. And I know out there in the working area that I want to get into basis. So, on that note, if you have any questions that I might be answered, do so. So, I know I got my back to you, but, you know, what else can I say? Okay? It's not over with until it's over with me, so I expect to be around here for a long time.
Hey, Papa Bear, show them your silverware.
Oh,
Turn around, show the camera.
yeah.
To the camera.
Oh, can they see it from here?
Yeah.
So people look at me and think that something is wrong with me, but no. I managed to get all of this and then some in order to make it work and also communicate as strong as possible to those that's underneath me in order to get the job done. So thanks each and every one of you for being here today to help celebrate my 50 years coming up here pretty soon. Don't worry, I'm not gonna lose any tears. Okay, so if you have any questions, maybe I can answer. If not,
Sure.
Thank you for that.
in the boardroom.
Thank you.
If Mr. Williams is still there, I just wanted to congratulate him on 50 years of public service, and may he have a long, healthy, and happy retirement. So thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Are there any additional guests for introduction this morning? All right, seeing none. Let's turn it over to item 2, our consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
All right, moved by Director Duffy, seconded by Director McPartlin. Any public comment? Madam Secretary?
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen. Star 6, please. Director Allen is on by telephone. I'll come back to her. Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
President Foley,
Aye.
Director Allen. *6 to unmute. It's not working, Travis.
No, she's allowed to talk. She's just not on mute for some reason. I don't know.
We'll just go on to the next vote. I'll allow her to give me her vote later. And I'll record it that way. Thank you. So the vote is 8 with a vote being recorded later for Director Allen. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let us now turn to item 3, public comment. This is the opportunity for members of the public to address the Board of Directors on matters under our jurisdiction that are not on the agenda. So as an example, items that we have scheduled later today, such as the reopening of restrooms or the El Cerrito Plaza, we'll take comment on those a bit later. So with that, I will ask if anyone has public comment to please raise their hand.
Mayor Edegin, you may address the board.
Good morning, BART Board of Directors. I'm Berkeley Mayor Jesse Edegin. I'd like to speak about the downtown Berkeley Station Modernization Plan and express my strong support and partnership with BART to help move this project forward. It was several years ago that the city and BART engaged in a very thoughtful planning process and community engagement process to help develop a vision to modernize downtown Berkeley's BART station. We know that downtown Berkeley is a major regional transit hub, not only because of its proximity to UC Berkeley, but also many large employers in the Berkeley community. And I see this as a once in a generation opportunity to revitalize the station to meet the needs of our growing and vibrant downtown area, to build on the BART Plaza project that we also work collaboratively to achieve. The Downtown Berkeley Station Modernization Plan identifies long-term upgrades to the station and a plan to guide investment in improving the existing interior station and facilities. And we encourage the continued progress on this community-based vision for the station and support a comprehensive public process for prioritizing investments as soon as funding is available. A city that prides itself in high commuter rates of public transit and alternative forms of transportation, the modernization of this station will provide a powerful statement of our joint commitment to providing excellent public transit that meets the needs of our commuters and environment. And so, I understand that work started, a concept plan was developed. And at this point, on behalf of the city of Berkeley, and you did receive a letter from myself and several other members of the Berkeley City Council, as well as other downtown stakeholders, including UC Berkeley, we would like to continue the work that we started, to work with BART to identify sufficient funding to move this project forward. And so I hope, this afternoon, as you talk about the progress of the station modernization initiative, that you'll give consideration to how we can move the downtown Berkeley project forward. The city of Berkeley stands ready to work with you to achieve money, not only through MCC, but also through the Alameda County Transportation Commission. And, a lot of the station modernization projects have really been fantastic and, have improved access, have improved the experience for people that are riding transit throughout the system. And we think that this project, particularly because of how heavily used the downtown Berkeley BART station is, could really be beneficial, not just for the city, but for BART as well. So thank you for giving this opportunity. Look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize. I should have included you under our special guests. So thank you for jumping in there. Let us return now to public comment. So Madam Secretary, do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda?
Caller with the last 4 numbers of your phone number, 9209, you may address the board.
Good morning, Board of Directors and BART staff. For the record, this is Clarence Fisher speaking. While I have other comments under item 6C, what I mainly want to address in public comment is a big thank you for this meeting's agenda and hopefully for all other agendas in the future, that for closed sessions items that it was moved to the last item. That way the public who wish to speak on other items knows when they will be able to speak, and also for those of us on cell phones with limited battery capacities, again, it helps when closed session items are at the end of the agenda. So thank you for doing it today. And again, hopefully it will be taken into consideration for the future meetings too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. I believe we have a few other public comments.
Alita Dupree, you may address the board. Alita Dupree?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. President Mark Foley and members, Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. Always good to be back with you as I speak generally about the work and mission of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District, doing business as BART. So on a number of things, again, thank you for doing the Pledge of Allegiance and putting the flag up on Zoom. It means a lot to me. I participate soon. And let us always remember that BART is not an island, and not just within California, but exists as part of the ecosystem that is our great nation, that is the United States of America. I ask that you never forget that. And I also ask that you think of yourselves as not the most powerful board in the Bay Area or California, but as the most service-oriented board. Can we take pride in being a BART that is about service and about people? And speaking of power, I think it is important that we have an awareness of power, and I'm talking about electricity. And I do not speak academically here, though often when I speak about electricity and power, I talk about things like spikes in demand. But I'm actually doing this because I have a demand-based electricity program, and I have a smart meter. So I am able to see the daily reports of not just how much electricity I use in a volumetric sense, but also in the demand in 15-minute increments throughout the day. And the bigger those spikes are, the more it costs me. So I think we should have a deep awareness of how we use electricity, hopefully in the real time, especially as we work on a renewable energy system, gaining more opportunities, and to participate in projects such as storage. And there are many ways that electricity can be stored and done so sustainably. So that way we can have electricity to keep this BART running, keep the lights on and keep the trains moving, even when there's power shutoffs, because BART is essential. It's very hard to get around the Bay Area without BART. It's the only interregional system of transportation in the Bay Area. We must keep it going and keep our power budget in line. And I speak to you, as always, as an ordinary user of BART, a person who does not meet definitions, a person who does not fit into demographics. But I believe in a BART for everyone. You know, you can never have enough Grand Central Terminal in one's life. And on my last visit to Grand Central Terminal, I did something that I had never done before in my 41 years of using Grand Central Terminal, and that is using the bathroom. And it was very nice and clean. I ask you to remember this: BART is not just for some, but it is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Madam Secretary.
Beagle, you may address the board.
Good morning, honorable members of the board. My name is Rigel Robinson, Berkeley City Council member. Downtown Berkeley is my BART station, and I am so glad to be here this morning to express to you my enthusiasm for moving forward the plans for the Downtown Berkeley Station Modernization Plan. I'm very glad to join my mayor here this morning, and I will draw the board's attention once again to a communication you should have received from Berkeley's mayor, Berkeley's vice mayor, Berkeley's council member whose district represents the BART station, and me, Berkeley's council member who gets most excited about trains. The modernization plan for downtown Berkeley BART had momentum before the pandemic, and we believe it's time now to pick this back up. This community, the city, the campus will get behind it, and we want to help you map out the path to delivering on this successfully. Thank you very much. I may stick around to listen to some of the other items this morning. I can't tell you how excited I am to finally use a toilet in my own BART station. So thank you for this critical work for our residents, our workers, our tourists, and our students. Have a wonderful meeting.
Thank you, council member. Do we have any final public comment?
We have one more.
Thank you.
Caller with the last four digits of your number 7326, you may address the board.
Yeah, hi, this is Scott Jordan. I'd like to personally thank the board for threatening to take a non-approved vaccine or be fired right before Christmas. I get to spend the next 2 months knowing I won't have a job come December, and I have to endure so much added stress wondering how I'm going to take care of my disabled wife and my 13-year-old child. So I'd like to address the board on a few rebuttals from the last board meeting. First of all, one of the board members had mentioned COVID is like the Spanish flu. Well, I'd like to just give you a few facts. The Spanish flu infected 500 million and 1/3 of the population and killed 10% of those who were infected. According to the WHO, today, there's 7.8 billion people in this world, and there's 246 million COVID cases with 5 million deaths. That is a death rate of 0.02%. And only 3% of the population infected. So it's a far cry to try to compare the two unless you're trying to do fear tactics. So I want to ask the BART board, are you going to require a vaccine card to protect the riders like the grandma and the 12-year-old that Director Simon mentioned in the previous meeting? Will you mandate vaccine cards to ride BART? Will you vote to make BART a non-sanctuary train? Are you going to mandate boosters in 6 months? Is this mandate a response to BART taking federal bailout money? Is BART getting any money from ARP for every vaccinated employee? According to the FDA on the COVID vaccine, the only one that's actually approved is Comirnaty. All other vaccines are being used under EUA. All boosters are also under EUA. Pfizer's booster was just approved for EUA September 22nd. And so by you requiring me to unlawfully take this vaccine, you're violating the very first part of the Nuremberg Code, which I'm going to read to you because I don't know if you guys know what it says. But it says the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. This means that the person involved should have legal capacity to give consent, should be so situated as to be able to exercise free power of choice without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior forms of constraint or coercion, and should have sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the elements of the subject matter involved as to enable him to make an understanding enlightenment decision. The latter element requires that before acceptance of the affirmative decision that the experimental subject there should be made known to his nature, the duration, process, experiment, and methods. And there's a few other things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Do we have any additional public comment?
That would be all.
All right, thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's now turn to item 4, board matters. The first item up is a proposed amendment to the Audit Committee Charter. Do we have a presentation from staff?
I think it's me.
Okay, Director Dufty.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President. When the Board of Directors approved the audit charter, we also approved qualifications for the 2 public members to be selected to sit on the audit committee. Section 3.2.1C of the charter requires a certification from a list of possible entities, such as certified public accountant, certified fraud examiner, certified inspector general, etc. It's been my experience at BART as a board member and as the chair of the personnel committee that we, as the board of directors, have always included language in our pursuit of talent that allows for relevant experience to be considered in lieu of a certification. The two public members to be selected for these seats are volunteers who are choosing to dedicate their time and expertise in furtherance of the district's financial well-being. They should obviously be qualified, but also represent the equity and diversity that BART embodies. I believe the adoption of this stringent qualification for a volunteer's seat on the audit committee deserves further review and discussion. I therefore make a motion that the board adopt the proposed revision to the audit committee charter contained in your packet. Thank you.
Second.
All right, we have an item that has been moved and seconded, moved by Director Dufty, seconded by Vice President Saltzman. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right, we do not. So let's turn to director comments. I have Director Allen, then Director McPartland, then Director Ames.
I did have my hand up first. I'm not sure if I got lost.
You did. Apologies. I thought that was for seconding or making the motion. So, all right, we'll go to Vice President Saltzman, then Director Allen, McPartland, and Ames.
I'm hoping this can be quick. I just wanted to refresh everybody's memory. When the appointments first came to the full board several months ago now, we decided, and I believe 8 out of 9 of us wanted this change to come forward and agreed that it didn't make sense to disqualify somebody who's so qualified but yet didn't have a certification. So I'm hoping this can be a quick vote. It seemed like we had the vast majority of the board, though not unanimous, supporting it. It's a bit of a shame that it was held up this long. If we could have come back the next meeting, I think we would have all remembered that, but I encourage you all to support it, and I hope we can move quickly so we can get to actually appointing the members.
Director Allen. Director Allen, I think you are still muted.
Sorry, new technology. I think this is going to be quick. I don't think that the previous statement, the recollection of the last meeting is altogether true. I believe the board had discussion about this issue of certifications and wanted to take this up when it was agendized. And I will tell you, I was asked to bring this back to the audit committee where basically the committee members are myself and the 2 directors who want to change this rule. I asked President Foley to just make this a board discussion. So that's a little bit of the history, but let me give you a little more of the history going a little further back. The audit committee charter was developed by the ad hoc audit committee over a 1-year period of time in 2020 by Directors Saltzman, Dufty, and myself. We met many times to discuss the structure and the responsibilities and the duties of this committee and emerged in 2020 with a final charter which was adopted by this board in early 2021. Staff members and the Inspector General also greatly contributed to the many discussions we had over the structure and of this committee and the charter. We had extensive discussion about the need for the 2 public members on the committee. There was some discussion about whether we really needed this. This is actually something most audit committees will do, and particularly in the transit community. The primary purpose for this is to put committee members on put public members on the committee from outside of BART who possess professional audit industry experience and expertise that the 3 board members on the committee may not have. We also discussed the minimum qualification of these public committee members and specifically wrote those minimum qualifications into the charter to ensure a minimum level of expertise. And that's what we have in the charter now. Our first draft originally had a minimum of 10 years of relevant industry experience required, though that was removed after discussion at the request of directors Dufty and Simon and Saltzman. And we also discussed that a degree should be minimum qualification. That never made it into the charter. So, and the reason that the education requirement isn't in the charter is because the certifications are. And the certifications that are listed there generally require some type of degree related to the certifications. So this appointment of the audit committee public members was brought back to this, actually to this board in August with 4 candidates that applied, who also in the audit committee. It was determined when the audit committee
Madam
one
Secretary.
did not meet the minimum qualifications, the certification and the experience.
Director Allen,
Hello?
you're freezing up. So.
Are you there?
Yes,
Okay.
but
So
you're
can you
freezing
hear
up
me now?
some. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm in a little different environment than I usually am. So when the matter came before this board last August, I raised the issue that one of the 4 candidates did not meet the minimum qualifications. And directors Duff and Saltzman insisted that we just change the qualifications there. And then there was some discussion that ensued and board members didn't feel comfortable changing those qualifications there and asked that we consider this again. From my view, that was just a debacle that took place at the last meeting. And this proposal, again, before us, really stinks. This type of behavior really borders on public malfeasance. And all of the committees, to do this too, the audit committee is the place where often the topics of discussion include integrity and independence and good judgment. And I think we're making very poor judgment here to even bring this proposal changing the minimum qualifications at all. Now, with respect to the proposal itself, I, of course, urge you to vote no on this absurdity. Please do not diminish the minimum qualifications of the public members of the audit committee. The proposed amendment to section 3.2.1C adds this sentence: relevant experience may substitute for certification in the board's discretion. What that really says is, forget about that whole section about certifications. The board can just appoint whoever they want and the qualification doesn't matter. The charter is clear that certain certifications are required. To place this sentence at the end it just completely eliminates the requirement. I would have to ask you, and I ask the maker of this proposal and the writer of the memo to the board, why should we change this certification minimum qualification? Why are we even discussing this now? We got 3 candidates that met these qualifications during the first recruitment. And since then, 1 more qualified candidate has applied. And now, as of today and the information in our packet, it appears that the 1 candidate that was not qualified last August has since obtained one of the certifications.
You're frozen again.
Madam Secretary.
Needed to meet the minimum.
Director-
All a
Director
gigantic
Allen?
waste of.
Director
I'm not
Allen,
sure what the
if I could-
agenda really is here. We have
Director
so many
Allen?
more. Yes.
I want to maybe just provide an opportunity. If you turn off your camera, it might help the freezing.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry to butt in.
Thank you. I appreciate the help. Okay. So I'm not sure if you have the most important part here, because I may have broken up. I have to ask you, why should we do this? Why should we make this change to the charter? Why are we even discussing this? We got 3 candidates that met the qualifications, the minimum qualifications of the charter during the first recruitment. And since then, 1 more qualified candidate has applied. And now it appears that the candidate that was not considered qualified the last time we had this discussion has since obtained one of the certifications needed to meet the minimum qualifications. This is a gigantic waste of time. And I'm not sure what the agenda is here of the makers of this proposal, but we have so many more initiatives to address here. But a couple of final points. Here, even here at BART, certification requirements are everywhere. Our employees take them very seriously. Train operators, train controllers, police officers, life safety personnel, IT workers, and many more of our classifications require certifications to have the job. They are all required to be certified in their own trade. So why would this be any different for the audit committee to require a minimum qualification of a certification to provide that expertise, or at least indicate that expertise and experience? And no, Director Dufty, in this industry, you don't just get this education and expertise from experience or years of doing a particular job. This is a standard of the industry, and I hope that you all will hold that up to an important level, just like we do for police officers and firefighters and doctors and lawyers and lots of other things in this world. So please, Directors Dufty and Saltzman, tell me why we should not require our audit committee members to have a certification in their field like so many others must have at BART. Thank you.
Let us turn to Director McPartlin, then Director Ames, and then if anyone else would like to comment or provide feedback to Director Allen. But first, Director McPartlin.
Thank you. And let me unclick my hand here. I dearly appreciate Director Dufty and hold him in very high esteem, but I got to push back on this one. I think of this from the standpoint of some other things that we've done in BART, where we end up having the next generation of people that have come in that have lesser qualifications than they potentially should have. And I think of parallels, and I have a fragile health condition, and God forbid that I end up needing to have either lung or a heart surgery at some time in the future. I'd sure as hell like to have a board certified thoracic surgeon rather than the equally experienced assistant that ends up handing him the instruments. Similarly, if we have difficulty finding someone that meets those qualifications, in this case we have not, I would have to end up throwing the parallel that an unnamed fire service agency in the Bay Area recently had a promotional examination, and they had outside subject matter experts that came in and conducted those kinds of emergency simulations, and only 2 people qualified out of 16 to 20 people. And the uproar from the union was, it's too hard. And it needs to be taken down a notch so that we can end up getting more people qualified. So I'd have to ask the audience, as well as my fellow directors, do you want to end up having someone show up to your house when your kids are trapped in the building and say, yeah, well, it's not within our skill set. We're just going to surround and drown, and we'll make sure that we protect the exposures of the other buildings. I'd rather have somebody that's got the skill set and the capability of going in there and pulling my kids up. So I'm not going to be able to approve this measure for those 2 reasons. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Ames.
Thank you for those comments, Director McPartlin, and Director Allen really summed up a lot of concerns that I've had when I read the proposed change, which is very small. It's one sentence, really. The paragraph Director Duffy had mentioned, it was 3.2.1C. And I looked at that first line of the paragraph and it says possess a relevant professional certification. And then the last sentence says relevant experience may substitute for such certification in the board at the board discretion. And I've thought about that, and I really think, why are we changing the integrity of the charter? You know, I guess it took a while to get to this point, to get the charter to begin with. There's a lot of debate at the audit committee level, which I applaud. I think that's democracy in action. And then I think, well, why are we doing this when the candidates are certified? We're not short of candidates that lack experience and certification. So it looks to me like this is being politicized. It doesn't need to be politicized. I think the charter could stay the same. And when you start politicizing, changing the charter rules, really, this is odd to me that we're doing this because we have viable candidates. But changing that, really, when you see things this way, it compromises the integrity of the committee or what's the reason for the committee. So I think the charter was great. It was very clear, articulate. We've got certifications in there. I think you did a great job. The audit committee did a great job. I don't see why we need to change this. And to put in at the board discretion, those last words really resonate with me, because it shouldn't really be at our discretion to decide who's a viable candidate or who's not. If they have the certification, let it be. That's the rules, and let's just go with it, because we want to make sure our audit committee has these kind of skills. The job at hand with the Inspector General is really to dive into the details, and we really want to get somebody who knows the rules, the laws, and the experience to give the best judgment possible, or best input, I should say, not judgment. Sorry. So thank you so much. I can't approve this slight amendment because it counteracts. It basically says experience could trump certification is really what the sentence does. So I'm sorry, I can't support this, and I hope that we can just move forward from this. We've got qualified candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. I see that Director Saltzman's hand is raised. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to take responsibility for getting this on the agenda because I really pushed to have this on there. But the reason I did it was because of that August meeting. You might remember we had very long discussions, and Director McPartlin and Ames, you were very uncomfortable with Director Duffy's original motion to appoint a candidate who at that time didn't meet what I think are, not necessarily the most important qualifications, but the qualifications that were laid out in the charter. And you actually agreed with me that we should bring this back to the audit committee immediately and then bring back to the board to amend the charter. And again, 8 of the 9 of us agreed that that was the direction to go. The audit committee chair decided that she would not bring it to the audit committee. And that is why the audit committee has not had a chance to discuss this. I asked for it to be agendized. I believe others asked for it to be agendized. So that was the decision of the chair. But again, the direction of this board was to bring this back to the audit committee and then to the board for a vote. The only reason it didn't go to the audit committee was because one person didn't allow it to go there. So that is the real history of it. I think there are many ways people can become qualified. Some are through degrees or certifications, and some are through experience. And having a mix of people and experiences is very important. So again, I'm strongly supporting this. I won't speak again and hope we can get to the vote soon.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Yeah, I have a brief comment here. This is a 2-step process. where first we are simply amending the audit committee charter with literally one sentence, and then we are choosing who we think are appropriate public members of the public to serve voluntarily on the audit committee. I really think that this one sentence is not changing much, and at best, it would be upon the board's discretion, and to have that flexibility, I think, is incredibly important. If, you can say whatever you want about this one sentence change, but if you don't agree with an individual candidate for the audit committee, you can vote them down. If you don't think that experience is relevant enough, that they are still missing key credentials, you can vote that person down and not vote to appoint them to the committee. That is not what we are deciding in this action today. And I think there is just a fundamental misunderstanding in this discussion that I'm hearing about what we have for this item versus what we have for the next item. So I'll leave it at that. I am very supportive of including this one additional sentence to the audit committee charter.
Thank you, Director Lee. Well, let's go to a vote, Madam Secretary.
Mute myself. Director McPartlin,
No.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen,
Absolutely not.
Director Ames,
No.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. It passes with directors Allen, Ames, and McPartlin voting no.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's now turn to item 4B, which is the public appointments to the audit committee. Director Duffy, did you wish?
I'm wondering why you're going to Director Duffy. I'm the
Yeah, I
chair.
don't know either.
I apologize. I saw the wrong hand.
Actually, it's my item.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary.
So we have the candidates for the audit committee that are currently online. They have been promoted to panelists for the audit committee. They are appointees for this committee. They have shown us interest. They have submitted applications. They have patiently been awaiting interest for this committee, and we will let them speak individually for their interests and give you a brief explanation of their interest for this committee. Again, it's been since July, I believe, since 3 of them have told you about their interests and their background. And then we've received 1 applicant that recently submitted their interest. So we have we're going to go in alphabetical. There we go. If all 4 of you can show your video screens, thank you. We will go in alphabetical order. Thank you so much. Mr. Lieber, would you please go first? Could you please unmute yourself?
Good morning, BART Board of Directors. I did speak to you of my interest in serving the audit committee on July 22nd, so I'll keep my statement very short today. I have been a longtime BART rider, and if selected for this role, my only objective would be to help the elected board members in providing financial oversight to maintain and strengthen public confidence in BART. And I don't come with an agenda beyond that, but I do believe in listening to and balancing the interests of all stakeholders of the system, including riders, labor, and the broader community. From my experience, both as a union member and as a member of public sector management, I believe that public sector organizations partnering with labor can deliver excellence to the public. I have about 30 years of relevant experience, including over 2 decades in the public sector and not-for-profit public benefit corporation management. I served as a manager in public accounting, performing audits, litigation, and fraud-related engagements. After that, I worked primarily as a CFO for complex public sector organizations, serving the broad public in progressive localities such as the Bay Area, Los Angeles, and Seattle. These were agencies that had multiple funding sources with operating and capital budgets into the several billion-dollar range, like BART. I have years of experience in the areas overseen by this committee, including financial reporting, treasury, internal audit, and working with a position like an inspector general. I believe in finding and applying best practices, and I have aimed to do so for each of the 4 public sector organizations I've held financial leadership roles in. I do meet all of the specified qualifications for the position, including having a CPA credential for 26 years and 2 relevant master's degrees. If selected, I do look forward to helping to advance the goals of this board for this important Bay Area asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Mr. Perry.
Thank you for inviting me to your meeting. And in particular, I want to express my thanks to Director Rayburn for inviting me to apply for this position. I won't go into a lot of detail. I believe you have my application and resume, but one of my primary emphasis in life is to give back. I've been fortunate enough to be able to do that during the course of my profession, primarily through my profession, AICPA and State Society. And I would now like, if possible, to move into giving back to my community. As a long-time BART rider and commuter to San Francisco from the East Bay of over 40 years, I feel I have a vested interest in this entity and believe that both my experience in working with audit committees from the auditor side, as well as participation on the audit committee for the past several years for the California Society of CPAs, gives me background that I can bring to this audit committee and hopefully best practices for audit committees, as those are, as I'm sure all of you are aware, fluid at this point as far as responsibilities for audit committees and the items that they should be considering.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Mr. Rubin.
BART board members and other interested parties, good morning. My name is Tom Rubin, and I thank you for the opportunity to present my qualifications to serve as a public member of the BART Audit Committee. I am a certified public accountant and certified internal auditor and hold 4 other professional certifications in finance and auditing and consulting. I have decades of experience in all types of audits, both as an auditor and as an auditee. I am experienced in all of the applicable legal and professional standards for auditing and accounting on the matters that are likely to come before the audit committee, and if appointed, I will insist on strong compliance with them. I have been a government finance, operations, and capital project specialist for over 4 decades, with an emphasis on government surface transportation, including serving over 100 transit and transportation agencies all over North America. For 40 of the last 51 years, I have lived in the Bay Area, including the last 25 in Oakland, and have extensive experience with many of the Bay Area transit and transportation planning agencies, including audit and consulting work for BART itself in decades past. I have been the chief financial officer for 2 of the largest transit agencies in California. I have detailed involvement in almost all aspects of planning, design, finance, construction, and capital renewal and replacement of major governmental construction projects. In summary, there are very few people in the world that can match my professional qualifications, experience, and knowledge in the matters that are likely to come before the BART Audit Committee, particularly in regard to the technical and financial reports and issues that are unique to the Bay Area and California transit operators. I have a very well-deserved reputation for detailed reviews of transportation plans and extensive commenting on proposed programs and projects when I see opportunities for improvements. If you're looking for someone who will accept everything that comes before your audit committee as correct and acceptable, I am not the person you are looking for. But if you have the courage to say that, as elected board members responsible to the public, our job as board members is to consistently make difficult decisions that many parties may not like for a large variety of reasons. And we are not afraid to have very independent technical experts review these actions, inquire deeply where appropriate into what happened, ask about possible missed opportunities and alternatives, and then report to the board and to the public. Then I am the person you are looking for. Thank you for this opportunity.
And next we will have Ms. Willis.
Good morning, Board of Directors. Thank you for the opportunity to present my interest in serving on the BART Audit Committee. I'm a Bay Area resident and a regular BART writer. I believe that my experience directly corresponds with the experience required for the position. I'm a certified fraud examiner with over 20 years of extensive experience in managing audits of programs and functions of federal, state, and local agencies. In my position as performance audit manager for the City of Oakland, Office of the City Auditor, I manage several performance and compliance audits. These projects require top to bottom reviews of the city's risk exposure with regard to technology systems, as well as an assessment of internal controls over the purchasing and safeguarding of technology, equipment, and sensitive information. These audits resulted in recommendations that will ensure significant improvements to the city's management of its technology systems and overall operations and programs. In my tenure as senior auditor with the U.S. Department of Justice, Office of the Inspector General, I gained considerable experience conducting and managing numerous high-profile national scope audits of Justice Department programs, including the FBI, the DEA, the United States Marshal Services, and various DNA crime labs throughout the United States. Work performed during these audits included the design and implementation of a detailed survey for the collection and analysis of program data for the Bureau of Prisons. The design and implementation of a detailed survey for the collection and analysis of program data for the Bureau of Prisons, Witness Protection Program. A review of controls over critical functions such as the FBI's management of its weapons and laptop computers, and review and analysis of agency databases such as Office of Justice Program Management Systems, Grant Management Systems. Throughout my career, both with the Justice Department and the City of Oakland, I've acquired extensive experience in writing, reviewing, and editing complex reports and detailed audit findings, and in presenting these results to officials of all levels of government, including directors of federal agencies and local city officials. I believe these skills would be valuable to the BART Audit Committee. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to bring my considerable skill set to the BART Audit Committee. Thank you.
Directors, at this time, do you have any questions of the potential candidates? Director Foley, President Foley. I'm turning it over to you for you to ask your directors. I see Director Rayburn has his hand raised.
I do see a hand raised. I'll ask Director Rayburn, please.
Thank you, President Foley, and I want to thank all of the candidates for your interest in serving the public by volunteering at BART. It's admirable. And back in July, and the meeting was July that we last discussed this item, I supported Tammy Willis, and I fully intend to support her again today. I want to speak briefly on behalf of Thomas Perry, and I will be supporting Mr. Perry. This past August, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, in consultation with the California Society of CPAs, nominated 2 candidates, including Mr. Perry, for the Measure RR Board Bond Oversight Committee. Both candidates were very experienced, one from San Francisco and Mr. Perry from Alameda County. Staff made a concerted effort to ensure each county was represented and selected the candidate from San Francisco in order to provide that balance for the bond measure, which of course was voted on by members of all 3 counties. I subsequently suggested to staff that Mr. Perry be invited to apply for the audit committee. His credentials are sterling, and he has a solid respect from his peers. And Ms. Willis has since achieved certification as a fraud examiner. But I've also gotten to know Ms. Willis considerably over the past several months, where she's a board member of the Oakland African American Chamber of Commerce. She also serves as their treasurer, big-hearted woman. And I've seen that she has the support of her peers. And so I will fully support these 2 candidates and intend to vote for them. Thank you.
Robert, would you be willing to make a motion that I could
I
second?
would make a motion to nominate Tammy Willis and Thomas Perry as our audit committee members.
Second, thank you.
All right, thank you. We have moved and seconded. Before we get to additional director comments, is there any public comment? Madam Secretary?
No public commenters.
All right. Are there any board comments regarding this motion? Yes, Director Ames.
Thank you. I thought we were going to go through the candidates and vote.
You are.
Okay, so this is just a motion that, okay, so I'm not sure how the steps.
You're going to vote individually, and I'm going to get to that.
Okay. Okay.
So
okay,
that was not a vote for any individual. That was just a standard motion. I'm going to pull up the vote, and it's going to be projected live.
Thank you. Okay.
You're going to vote for both your candidates, and the public is going to see it live.
So, Madam Secretary, we're going to use rank choice in this case?
Absolutely.
All right, I appreciate that.
Ready.
So before we go there, if I could, again, the apologies, I was muted. Madam Secretary, just to confirm, no public comment, and I believe board comment has concluded, so we can go to the vote.
No, board comments are not complete. Are we in a position where I'm a little bit fuzzy on the process here? We've had a couple of directors who have spoken, and are we going to end up hearing from all the directors as we normally do on issues before we end up going to the vote, or are we just going to end up going to the vote now?
If directors have any comments they'd like to make before the vote, now would be the time to do that. So Director McPartland, if you have anything to add, or any other directors, now would be the time.
Sure. Thank you. And I will have to end up saying that I'd like to end up getting the best persons for the job that would be able to end up doing this. And the issue here is skill set appropriate to the depth and breadth of what the job requirements potentially would be. And when I heard from Phil Lieber, I'm going, that's kind of amazing as far as the degree of expertise, including it, and experience, including being an IG. And I'm not going to end up going over the rest of the stuff, but I thought it was pretty impressive and difficult to trump. And then along comes Tom Rubin. I hope I pronounced that correct. And he impressed me from the standpoint of not only having a very similar skill set, but also specifically broad spectrum as far as transit is concerned. One of the issues that has occurred with our Inspector General that I've noticed is that oftentimes when she asks questions, staff will end up having the position, oh, well, everybody does it. And then our IG is forced to be in a position where she has to go and try to fact check that. And you're in a defensive position when you don't have that knowledge at the forefront when you're in that conversation, and you have to come back and reproach it. That will never happen with Mr. Terubin. And so I'm going to have to end up going with Terubin and Lieber. Thank you.
Is there any additional board comment?
I didn't raise my hand, but I would like to say something.
Please, Director Simon.
I mean, I will say of the candidates who are before us, they're just tremendously qualified and amazing. And to know that these are volunteer positions and to see the breadth of experience and the wanting and the deep patience that these candidates have had with the process, I'm just extremely appreciative. And you know, it is unfortunate we have a limited amount of folks who can serve on this board. And regardless what vote and how we move, I think it should be said that this is an embarrassment of riches in terms of service, servant leadership, qualifications. And my hope is that we'll continue to build this BART community with folks who want to serve in a volunteer capacity in other committees. You're putting us in a pretty difficult space here, President Foley, but well, the folks on the audit committee, but this is good. And I'm very thankful. And while the presentations, the resumes, the process, of course, it's the first time we've done this. So I want to appreciate the audit committee as well for moving us through this. And thank you to the candidates.
Thank you, Director Simon. Madam Secretary, I do see a hand raised.
Caller with the last four numbers 3795, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Foley and members of the BART Board of Directors. My name is Iris Marians, and I work for the City of Oakland for 24 years for an elected official, and had the pleasure of serving the public along with Ms. Tammy Willis, who worked under the auditor. And that was a pretty tough job. So I am calling in support of her service to BART, and I hope and I'm hoping to encourage the BART board members to vote for Mrs. Tammy Willis as a member of your audit committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Marians, if I could clarify, this is your personal position?
Pardon me?
This is your personal position in support of Ms. Willis?
This is my personal position, yes.
Wonderful. Just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
I was just clarifying that I was a public servant for multiple years and that it's not an easy job, as you all know. And she has experience with governmental agencies, and that's been made clear. I heard the beginning of when the item opened, and I was there last time, and I was very concerned about the inference that was given. So I'm calling in support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, I don't see any other public comment, so let's go to Director Allen, right?
Yes.
Director Allen?
I'm trying to unmute her. Did she unmute herself?
She did momentarily.
She's having all kinds of technical. There you go, Director Allen. Director Allen. Director Allen, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I think I missed part of the discussion, but if a motion has not been made yet, I'd like to move that Philip Lieber be nominated to the Audit Committee.
So a motion has been made, but we can take.
Can you repeat the motion for me?
The motion was made by Director Rayburn and seconded by Defty. We can take, we're getting ready to go into the vote. So if you can just hold off, we will take your vote live.
Well, I'd like to make a substitute motion that each, first of all, that each candidate be taken separately, that we appoint separately and not in pairs. But I also, part of that motion would also be to appoint Philip Lieber for the first position and then move on to an appointment for the second position. That's my substitute motion.
Just as a point of order, if I could, for Director Allen, my understanding is we're not taking a motion to appoint directly individuals. We are going to use ranked choice voting. And so each director will identify 2 candidates, and then we will utilize that to actually appoint someone to the committee. Is that correct, Madam Secretary?
That's correct.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
I thought we were ranking all candidates, or is it only 2?
We're ranking all candidates, and the top 2 candidates will be selected for the committee.
Thank you for that clarification, Director Lee and Madam Secretary.
Okay, so I would like to continue with just a quick comment.
Yes, please go ahead, Director Allen.
So we do have a variety of 4 very qualified candidates, and as mentioned before, there was really no reason to diminish these qualifications. But there are differences in qualifications, and I do value years of service and the variety of the service with respect to all 3 areas of what we address in our audit committee, which can sometimes be financial audits, it can be performance audits, and then of course there are the investigations that are done through the Inspector General's office. So I think we have really 2 candidates that are far more experienced in the broad variety of both government and financial audit. And that is going to be Mr. Tom Rubin and Phil Lieber. So those are the 2 candidates that I, as the chair of the audit committee, recommend. And I make those recommendations based on my own many years of experience in the financial industry, the audit industry, and as the chair of the audit committee. My selection for this committee would be Mr. Rubin and Mr. Lieber. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. Director Ames.
Okay, I just had one final question. We can get to the vote. I just wanted to know what the recent experience in auditing, like I'd like to ask the candidates when was the last time they actually did an audit or were involved in an audit, time-wise? Just wanted to know that fact. Can I ask the candidates those questions or that question?
Yes, I believe so. Madam Secretary?
Yes.
Did you want to unmute each candidate along the way?
Candidate it can unmute themselves.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Lieber.
Yes, I'm involved in ongoing audits. I'm working with the internal auditor of my agency, and we have an audit work plan that involves completion of 4 audits this year. There's another outside audit I'm working with the county retirement system. So audits have been an ongoing part of my life for the past 25 plus years.
Mr. Perry.
I'm currently also involved in audits with the CPA firm that I am a partner in. I'm primarily filling the role of the engagement quality reviewer in those engagements. And so, and those span a number of different industries and so forth.
Mr. Rubin.
This year, I was part of the team that completed performance audit of Dallas area rapid transit in Dallas, Texas, and the Bi-State Development Agency in metropolitan St. Louis, Missouri.
Ms. Willis.
I've performed audits of several nonprofit organizations over the last year.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
All right, Madam Secretary, let's go to the vote.
Director McPartland, your first and second choice.
My selection will end up being for Lieber and Terabin.
Director Rayburn.
Perry and Willis.
Saltzman.
Also Perry and Willis.
Simon.
Give me 1 second. Of course, it's very difficult for me. Willis and Perry. Thank you.
Madam Secretary, if I could for a moment, Director Lee, did you have a question?
Yeah, so this is just a tally vote. This is not an actual ranked choice vote then.
It's gonna, correct.
Okay, I was misunderstanding the kind of vote this was. Thank you.
It's
Okay.
Right. Director Allen. Director Allen.
My choices, so we're not giving like 1 and 2 or 2 and 1, it's just 2 total?
It's just 2 total.
Okay, so my choices would be Rubin and Lieber.
Ames.
Thank you. Lieber and Perry. Thank you.
Duffy.
Perry and Willis.
Director Lee.
Perry and Willis.
President Foley.
Apologies, I was unmuting. Willis and Lieber.
So the selection has been Perry and Willis.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Do we need a formal, we don't need a vote, we're done, correct?
We're done.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Yes, indeed. I want to thank all the candidates for volunteering to assist BART in supporting our audit committee, and to the 2 individuals that were elected to serve, Mr. Perry and Ms. Willis, thank you very much for supporting us in this endeavor. I appreciate it. Look forward to working with you soon. And with that, Madam Secretary, can we now turn it to item, I guess my item, which is item 4C. This is a resolution to continue virtual meetings during the pandemic. As you are aware, the governor signed an executive order that would allow us to meet remotely during this pandemic. This is a motion that is now going to be required on a monthly basis to allow us to continue this state of emergency, if you will, to move forward with virtual meetings. And so I've asked for this to be on the agenda so that we may continue meeting virtually for the month of November, basically a month from today. So with that, are there any public comments? And it looks like we have one hand up.
Alita, you may address the board.
Thank you, President Mark Foley and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. This is very important, and hopefully down the road we can get the law changed so we don't have to do this every month. But given that we have to, I hope that we'll have a day that we can have in-person meetings and I can see y'all and ask staff questions, because you just can't do that on Zoom. However, I maintain to you that in the current time that COVID is real, it's still real. And we still have to wear masks on transportation and in a lot of other places. And virtual meetings need to continue. It's not just because I'm sitting here 600 miles away, sometimes over 2,000 miles away. But virtual meetings are inclusive. There are some who can't get to meetings for whatever reason, whether it be disability or geographic difficulties or lack of funds. There are many findings that show the compelling cause to continue virtual meetings. But in the near term, we have to remember that we are all profoundly affected by COVID. And so I hope that we will have a unanimous yes vote on this, because these virtual meetings allow the most inclusive way for the public to participate. That includes me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Do we have any additional public comment?
Caller with the last four numbers 9209, you may address the board.
Hello again. This is Clarence Fisher. I would also be supportive for this upcoming month to continue virtual meetings. I would also ask for boards and legal's consideration that once the board decides to go allowing people in public, that the meetings be held both public as well as virtual. As the prior speakers mentioned, there are some people for various reasons who would find it a challenge or difficult to come to the physical portion of the board meeting. But if they would be allowed to continue to make comments also virtually, to consider having a dual setup when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. If I could ask General Counsel, there is nothing that would prohibit us from continuing virtual meetings in the future. Is that correct?
So there's nothing in the bill that, so long as the governor's state of emergency is in effect, to continue virtual meetings, which is the question you asked. I believe what Mr. Fisher is asking is about hybrid meetings.
Correct.
And there's nothing in the bill itself that would prevent hybrid meetings. But what everyone needs to keep in mind is this is really intended while there's a state of emergency, while people are not supposed to gather, to allow legislative bodies to continue to have meetings without gathering. But no, there's nothing in the bill that prevents it.
Okay, thank you. Any additional public comment?
Not at this time.
All right. So before I turn it to Director Rayburn and Saltzman, since I'm requesting this item, I would like to make the motion if I could.
Second.
Is there a second? Thank you, Director Rayburn. All right, so it was properly moved and seconded. Director Rayburn.
Well,
And then
my only question is, when we do return, there's a lot of new equipment in that boardroom that will require training for all of us on the board, particularly handling hybrid communications as well as face-to-face. And will the training be postponed from early November, or is it currently slated?
No, it will not be postponed.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll be ready for everyone. Any contingency then.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Vice President Salzman.
I support this. I just wanted to address Clarence Fisher's question and just remind the public that we committed about a year ago now that we would, going forward, whenever we get to return in person, have virtual public comment still allowed moving forward. So that is something that definitely happened. Whether board members can attend in hybrid is a different question, but the public will be able to, in the future, whenever we get back to in person, continue to, whether it's via Zoom or whatever the district secretary has planned.
Thank you, Vice President Salzman. All right. Is there any director comment before we go to a vote? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Director McPartland,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon, Director Allen, Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Pass.
Did Director Simon, was she recorded on this issue?
I was.
She was faint. Yes.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Thank you. It passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate the support on that. So now, as we've concluded our board matters, let us move. What we were going to do here is move our administrative committee down on the agenda a bit. That will allow us to handle our engineering and operation items, including our reopening of BART restrooms. And then we'll move to agenda item 7, which is our PAL committee, so that we can discuss the El Cerrito Plaza and modernization. And then we will return to the administration committee when we have completed those. So with that, let's turn it over to Director Simon and our E&O committee.
Thank you, President. And colleagues, what I would like to do is we have 3 items on the agenda today under engineering and operations. Item A and item B are change orders, and I believe that all the board members have been briefed. I would like to move both items with no presentation. Members of the public have been been able to access this information via Legistar. Again, these are 2 change orders. So if I can have a second, I want to move the opportunity to move A and B without presentation.
Second.
Is there any discussion on this item or on my proposal, my motion from the board? Seeing none.
Yes, I'm sorry, please.
Thank you. Please go ahead, Director.
I want to raise a point on item B, the change order contract for the Hayward Maintenance Warehouse project. It's a $3.6 million change order. And I'm very cognizant of our projected budget shortfalls given our operating deficits until we get solid ridership return. Funding a lot of capital projects will be difficult because of the amount of money that we've historically allocated from operating to capital. In this particular project, there are some $55 million of operating to capital fund sources available. I probably don't need to tell anybody on the board that those monies are likely to evaporate over the next year or two as we run out of the federal emergency assistance.
Great. Thank you.
So I'm going to support this motion for this item, but I want to ask that we return during the coming year, particularly during the retreat, and have a solid discussion about contingencies on capital projects and the funding from operating to capital, so that we set a very clear tone to our partners who are working hard to deliver our projects, that those contingency monies might not be available to be swept up at the end of the project, that we'll need timely invoices, for example. So I've asked our general counsel to work with our engineering and mechanical department and see if we can come up with ways that we can tighten our belts and not see big outlays like this at the last minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. We have a motion on the floor and a second. And with no other immediate comments on either, I would like to move us to the vote. Madam Secretary, please.
Director McPartlin,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
Yes.
Director Simon,
Yes.
Director Allen, Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Duffy,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I just had a glitch in my computer. I want to move us now to the anticipated item C. I think we can have a staff presentation, but again, I think the leadership on this board has just been extremely significant. Thank you, Director Saltzman. Item C is a follow-up on your roll call for information request about bathrooms. And I believe we do have a presentation. But before the presentation, would you like to say anything, Director Saltzman?
I just briefly want to really thank staff for the tremendous work they've put in over the past few months. When I first brought up, I think there was some fear about how much work it was going to take given everything else that was going on. But they really went above and beyond. My request was just to come back with the cost estimates so then we could then create a plan about how to move forward and reopen it. But they went further than that and actually created a plan of how to reopen them. So I'm just so grateful. This has been a contentious issue in the past with past management. So I'm really happy that it no longer is and looking forward to the presentation.
Thank you so much. If staff can present, and again, if board members have comments, I would just again encourage you to raise your hand. I won't go in the order that our wonderful district secretary provided. I'll go by hands and how I see them on the screen. So make sure your hands are up. Members of the public, if you have questions or comments on the issue and or the presentation during public comment, there will be that opportunity. So let's try to move through this item expeditiously. It is a for information item only, I believe. We want to treat it as such. So let's move forward. Thank you, staff, please.
Thank you, directors. Shane Edwards, acting AGM of operations. It's my great pleasure today to introduce you to Nee Lee, who will be presenting on this item.
Thank you, Shane. Good morning, President Foley, Vice President Saltzman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and members of the public. My name is Nee Lee, Interim Group Manager of Integration Engineering. I'm here this morning to report back my team's finding on reopening of our public restroom at the underground station. Next slide, please. The origin of this opportunity to conduct this research was RCI 21-839, board's request for staff to return by October 2021 to present all findings and action plans on the pilot status of El Cerrito del Norte, all expenses associated with opening underground restrooms, and progress on the restroom enhancement efforts. Next slide, please. I will briefly provide you update on the above ground enhancement efforts, assessment of the underground restrooms, summary of the 3 configuration pilots, which includes the above ground El Cerrito del Norte station, and with considerations for next steps. Next slide, please. At our above ground public restrooms, we have completed the enhancement by paint and spot repair all 64 public restrooms on the A, C, L, M, W, and R lines. For the members of the public, stations that are not highlighted on this map simply were newer stations where painting and spot repair were not necessary. Next slide, please. Everybody has an interest in the reopening of our underground restrooms. As part of our research, they were more than willing to give us their feedback in the challenges we would need to navigate. According to the Passenger Environmental Survey, on average, 15% of the riders use the restrooms, with half rating them as good or better. We discussed ADA improvement opportunities with station access, specifically doorway and wheelchair turning radius. BART police recommended fully lockable restrooms to allow them to be closed during heightened security alerts, and believes the restroom attendant will be a great deterrent to criminal activities. Our frontline employee requested additional employee restrooms, especially at the downtown San Francisco station, Embarcadero, Montgomery, and Powell. Budget is concerned with the financial impact. Maintenance prefer durable, simple, and window-resistant designs. Engineering led the assessment at each location to determine where renovation may be required. Our partners in DNC share their experience with additional complexity that was discovered during the construction of the pilot. Next slide, please. Here's a bit more analysis based on our frontline employee concern regarding the availability of staff restrooms. As part of our research, we found that on any given day, downtown San Francisco stations are staffed by BART, our sister agencies, and contractors. BART may have 4 station agents, 2 to 6 system service workers, 2 elevator attendants, 2 to 8 maintenance or construction personnel, whereas SFMTA may have 2 station agents, 1 system service worker, 0 to 4 maintenance or construction personnel. Sam Transit AC Transit may have 0 to 2 bus drivers. It is not unusual to have more than 20 employees per shift per location. We look forward to further discussion with our employees in exploring other alternatives. Next slide, please. We also reach out to our friends across the country for their treatment of public restrooms. Marquette and WMATA utilize control access for the public restrooms. Authorized personnel will have to unlock the restroom to allow patron usage. LA Metro and Boston are at the opposite spectrum, where LA Metro designed out the risk by not having any public restrooms underground, and Boston never closed their public restrooms. SEPTA has taken a compromised approach and only allow riders to use the restroom during morning and afternoon peak commute and only when attended. Lastly, New York City Transit had closed all restrooms for COVID since March 2020. Prior to COVID, they were closed due to high crime rates, with the exception of larger transfer stations where there is significant police presence. Next slide, please. After September 11, the district closed all public restrooms as a security measure. Above-ground public restrooms were reopened shortly after, about 6 months later, but the underground public restrooms remain closed as they pose higher security risks. There were 10 underground stations affected by this closure. All the San Francisco stations, from Embarcadero to 24th Street Mission. On this side of the bay, Lake Merritt, 12th Street, 19th Street, and downtown Berkeley. There are 2 underground public restrooms in construction at Powell Street and 19th Street Station. And of course, you already know the above-ground El Cerrito del Norte that was opened this year. There were no ADA requirements when these stations were first constructed, although locations needing electrical, plumbing, and/or ventilation repair may be exempt from the ADA standards for transportation facilities issued by the Department of Transportation. Staff has identified areas of opportunity to improve accessibility and meet the most current ADA requirements, specifically, again, the turning radius and door opening. Staff conducted assessment of the 8 underground public restrooms that remain closed and were not part of the pilot reopening and found 7 of them requiring repair, all of them with opportunity to improve accessibility, and 4 with higher security risks due to their location in the free area or out of the line of the sight of the station agent. Next slide, please. These are the conditions per station. As you can see, the 7 stations, as indicated by the orange-red symbol, will require electrical or mechanical repair prior to their reopening. Opportunities were identified at all locations where accessibility can be improved. But not to worry, we're one of the best engineering teams in the Bay Area. I'm sorry, that's for my team. We are confident we have found a phased approach in reopening of the restrooms to better serve our passengers. The assessment allows us to prioritize opening with the most optimal schedule. More on this later. Next slide, please. Here are some sample photos of the findings discussed in the previous slide. Under repair, the upper left photo is an example of ventilation system requiring repair at the 24 Mission Station. The bottom left photo was taken at Civic Center Station as an example of electrical repair needed to address lighting. The top center photo shows the narrow pathway at the Montgomery Street Station. Staff is proposing the removal of the partition wall that you see in that photo that will significantly improve accessibility. Under the doorway photo is the current configuration at the Civic Center Station and an example of the turning radius required by ADA depicted in the dashed circle. While you can see the turning radius as an issue, there may be options to make minor adjustments to improve accessibility, such as by raising the sink. The set of photos to the right illustrate an example of restroom located out of the line of sight of the station agent at the 12th Street Station. The restrooms are indicated by the purple shade in the top right photo. Across and behind the column from the station agent's booth, which is shaded with green, along with the line of sight. The bottom right photo is a view from the station agent's booth. With the addition of the restroom attendants, increasing natural surveillance, we believe it will significantly reduce these type of security risks. Next slide, please. Next, I will be reporting back on the status of the restroom configuration pilot program. Next slide, please. As part of the station modernization of the above-ground El Cerrito del Norte station, brand new public restrooms were built in full compliance with code. We have recently added doors to allow the restroom to be locked as needed. The underground Powell Street pilot will include renovated electrical, plumbing, ventilation systems, and will be fully upgraded to meet code requirements. We are also hiring restroom attendants, locating wash basin outside, and adding grill gate for enhanced security. The underground 19th Street Station pilot has similar renovation and upgrade as Powell Street Station, will be attended with exterior wash basin and semi-transparent door for enhanced security. Pilot configurations will be considered as we move forward with station modernization. Next slide, please. Some considerations for next steps. Next slide, please. Based on staff's research, this is a summary of reopening recommendations per location. Locations will either be enhanced prior to opening, or as in the case of Embarcadero and downtown Berkeley Station, enhance and open one restroom while the other undergo renovation evaluation. Renovation include electrical, plumbing, ventilation, and fixture replacement. Last column represents the timeline of enhancement or renovation, and more details on this in the following slide. Next slide, please. Contingent on the availability of funding, which may require reprioritization of other projects, in addition to the 19th Street and Powell Station opening expected early next calendar year, we propose enhancement to the Lake Merritt and Montgomery stations for reopening. We also propose engaging design consultants and the Accessibility Task Force to perform detailed review of each underground restroom. FY23, we can enhance one of the Embarcadero and downtown Berkeley restrooms for reopening while the other undergo renovation evaluation. Pending the availability of funding and recommendation from the design consultants, the heavier lifting will begin in FY24 with construction with enhancement at 12th Street and Civic Center stations. Our effort will be completed with the most challenging endeavor of building of new restrooms at the 16th Street Mission in FY25 and 24th Street Mission in FY26. Next slide, please. For FY22, we would like to engage the design consultant by next month, secure funding to begin the enhancement of Lake Merritt and Montgomery stations early next calendar year, with a total funding need of $600,000 for this fiscal year. For FY23, we will proceed with the enhancement of the next two stations with a total funding need of approximately $1.25 million. As stated previously, pending the recommendation of the design consultant and availability of funding, for FY24, we may enhance or renovate 12th Street and Civic Center Station and issue design contract for 16 and 24th Street Mission stations with a total funding need of $1 to $2.75 million. There are flexibility in the enhancement versus renovation depending on the availability of funding. With significant funding reprioritization, we may begin construction at the 16th Street Mission Station with a total funding need of $4.5 million in FY25. Similarly, for FY26, we will begin construction at the 24th Street Mission Station with a total funding need of $4.8 million. Not included in the calculation are the operating costs for response to corrective maintenance that is expected to rise about $75,000 per station per year, and the cost of the attendant, which is already included in the FY22 budget for the Quality of Life Initiative. And the last slide, please. Thank you very much.
Back to you, Director Simon.
Thank you. I mean, what a fantastic presentation. And it was so thorough, and whoever is doing the graphics, thank you. And I would agree that we do have the best engineering team in the business. So we have 5 board members who have raised their hands. And I only have at this point 1 member of the public who would like to, and it probably is going to go up. So why don't I start with public comment? This is not an action item in front of the board, so I want to make sure that we do have other items on the agenda, and I want to make sure that I can hand this item back to our president to move forward with the rest of the agenda shortly. I want to give a time on this. I'm hoping that we can move through these questions and answers in 15 to 20 minutes tops. Now that's saying a lot, but it's going to provide the directors to have a lot of discipline. Let's start with the with the public. I have 3 members of the public, and of the 3 members of the public, you have 3 minutes to provide public comment. At the end of the 3 minutes, we'll have to mute your mic if you're not talking to get to the next person. So District Secretary, let's start with public comment.
Ms. Alita Dupree, you may address the board.
Thank you, Chair Latifah Simon. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. This is very, very important. We're talking about something very basic and fundamental that's common to everybody. And I support the idea of having accessible, especially ADA accessible bathrooms throughout our system. In part, our system is fairly long, and there are some whose trips are long in time duration. And there are some who have to use the bathroom fairly often for whatever reason. There's an old saying, when you gotta go, you gotta go. One thing I do see that seems to be as missing from this presentation is I hope that we would have an engagement with civil rights. And I have been fortunate to talk to Maceo about these matters. That these restrooms need to be designed not just with ADA in mind, but with equity and welcome in mind, because there are many people who just don't fit societally established definitions, like myself, and especially when we're going to be having various attendants and monitoring of these restrooms, that we have to make sure that we don't get tripped up on definitions. And obviously, these restrooms have to be kept clean. I mentioned to you about using the bathroom in Grand Central Terminal, which is located in New York City. And it is an underground, lower level bathroom. Grand Central Terminal is mostly underground. And it was kept up very clean and organized. But that's an exception to the rule. Most public restrooms that I've used in transit facilities are often lacking in cleanliness and supply. So there is this balance of security and cleanliness and accessibility. And how can we make sure that our bathrooms are secure? The vast, vast majority of people use these bathrooms for their intended purpose, which is to do their business and move on. How can we have a system that preserves that so anyone who approaches it can use it with the confidence that they will be able to do what they need to do and move on with their day? So this is about something basic, and it's because of this. BART should be for everyone because BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Dupree. I have 2 more members of the public, and then we will, there's no way I'm going to get through this in 15 minutes. That was wishful thinking, but we're going to try to be expeditious. We have 2 more members of the public who wish to speak, and please raise your hand if you want to be added to the stack, or we'll end public comment after these 2, and we'll go to our board members and our manager.
Caller, you may address the board.
Yes, this is Clarence Fisher for the record. I'm heard, right? Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Again, for the record, my name is Clarence Fisher. I am glad to see that slowly more of the BART restrooms are being open for security purposes. I like the idea of having security and attendant restrooms. The other thing too, let's make sure, which was not stated, but I'm sure it is, that unlike when BART first opened, you had a separate male and female restroom, that both of these restrooms will be allowed to be used by anyone at any time. Thank you very much. Into my comments.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next public commenter. I believe we have one more hand. District Secretary?
Kiro, you may address the board.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm very glad to hear that restaurants are opening. It's been 20 years. It's too long. And my question is, I have a simple question. So these bathrooms were closed because of the terrorist threat. And now that terrorist threats are not completely gone, but is lowered to the level that we could consider reopening the bathroom. Why can't we just reopen the bathroom as it is with minimum change and address other concerns later? Would that be an option? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, members of the public, for both your questions and your comments. We'll try to address those in this conversation. And again, this is an item for information, so we're going to continue, I believe, to get updates as this process moves forward. Before we go to board comments, which we'll start with Director Saltzman and then Director Dufty, followed by Liz Ames, Director Liz Ames. I want to just give the general manager 30 seconds or so to provide us with any comments that you have after this presentation. And we want to thank you for your leadership here.
Chairperson Simon, thanks for the opportunity. So first, let me just say, echo your comments that we do have the best engineers in the world here working for us, and Neely and her team have done an excellent job on this. Very thoughtful approach and a phased approach, and I am in full support of reopening these restrooms. You know, when she came to me, you know, with this phasing, you know, get some of them open, get some in design, and have this feeder system, and ultimately, you know, have them all opened, you know, by 2026. I thought it was quite thoughtful, and you know, as the district, you know, all of us on this phone call, as ridership is coming back, and as we're encouraging, and we want riders to come back, this is an amenity that is out there for the riders, and it is very important. I talked to Director Lee the other day about, you know, what we're doing, what can we do to encourage ridership, right? Push, you know, that slope ridership moving up. And this is just one of those elements that we can do to get ridership back into the system. So I'm all in, Director Simon, on reopening these restrooms, and full support of Neely's approach to this.
Thank you so much. And again, I think Neely, your team, we're all so excited. Director Saltzman, please.
I actually purposefully didn't raise my hand right at the beginning because I'm happy to hear from other directors and speak later.
Okay, great, thank you. Director Dufty, Director Ames, Director McPartland. Let's start with y'all three, and then we'll move to Director Rayburn. So again, that's Director Dufty.
So I just wanted to ask a question, if staff can answer. Where are we in terms of restroom attendance? Has a job description been developed? You know, given that we're very excited to be opening up restrooms early in 2022, you know, where does that process stand?
Director Dufty, good morning. It's Deputy General Manager Jones. So we have a lot of irons in the fire on that subject. What I can commit to now is by the time we open 19th Street in Powell in February, we will have a solution, and you'll be well informed on that solution. So we're working collaboratively with labor, and we're working with Shane's team to determine what the best approach is, but we will have someone attending those restrooms in February of 22.
Great, thank you. And I just want to say to General Manager Powers, I appreciate your strong commitment. I want to thank Vice President Saltzman for this report, giving us a roadmap that the staff has developed. And I just want to commit that if we have a robust return of restrooms, Bob Powers, I will make sure that there is a statue of you that is there when and if you ever decide to leave this job. So I just want to put myself on the record that, you know, it will be known for generations that this very necessary accommodation for our riders and just kind of getting with the program, that we should stop ignoring it and face it and get some things done. So if you can lead us to that, there's a statue with your name on it. Thank you.
I hope Bob is going to be known for bathrooms and other things as well. Should we name the bathroom program after Bob? Okay, next person. Director.
All right. Thank you. Well, it's funny, I went to the Lake Merritt station and saw a woman beg the station agent to use the bathroom. And she had to go so bad. And the station agent, I guess, violated some rule. I don't know who the station agent is. I don't want to put them out there, but the station agent allowed them to use the staff restroom. So I think it's really important that this go forward. Of course, there's a funding concern. And just to elaborate on Director Rayburn's comment previously on the change order about how we can control cost during construction, or cost control is huge. It impacts other areas of BART's means of doing these kind of projects. We're in a financial crisis right now. And I think maybe during our study session that we have, we could talk about a policy to minimize, like cap construction contingency by 15%. So that the staff has a goal to minimize change orders. And so we can do these kind of projects. But anyway, go for it. Thank you so much. Hopefully we can fund this sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to let you know, President Foley, that I do see your hand, and we'll get to you right before Director Saltzman. Director McPartlin and Director Rayburn and Director Lee, and then we'll go to Director Saltzman, and hopefully we will conclude with our president. So McPartlin, Director McPartlin.
I really have to, acknowledge Director Dufty and for putting a smile on my face because I'm very much a visual learner, and visualizing a statue in front of a uplifting. Having said that, I just have a comment of wanting to express my personal and eternal gratitude for the heavy lifting that Neely and her staff has put into this thing, and the forward thinking for time phasing this stuff, where when we were looking at it before and doing all the studies and making the recommendations, it was like a tsunami. And time phasing this stuff and being able to give us that kind of visualization, that kind of clarity is absolutely refreshing. Not to mention the fact that it's a Herculean job to be able to put all that stuff together, and the attention to detail that Neely and her staff put into it. And I'm just grateful, and I wanted to express that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. We'll now go to my list has sort of shrunk. Director Rayburn. And then followed by Director Lee, and then we'll go back to Director Saltzman and President Foley. So Director Lee, excuse me, I'm sorry, Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Simon. Thank you, Neely, for your solid efforts, and thank you, Director Saltzman, for putting forth the initiative back in May. And there were 5 directors that gave you a second, and I'm proud to be one of them. This goes way back, and of course, listening to the public's calls has resonated with me. And I was very frustrated for year after year trying to reopen the restrooms. And finally, in 2016, I went to Washington, D.C. and had arranged a meeting with the Transit Security Agency's Office of Security Policy. And I went in there and asked them, not only, why are we having to close these restrooms, but if we have to close them, isn't there some way that we could mitigate? And could you possibly help supply funding? To my knowledge, no funding has emerged from Washington for restrooms reopenings. But as one of the commenters noted, Kuro, that there's a diminished terrorist need to close the restrooms today. But we have other needs. Those restrooms need to be refurbished in order to meet ADA and civil rights access needs. they need to be refurbished for cleanliness and maintenance needs. And of course, we want to pilot the test with restroom attendants. So this is a very exciting direction we're moving in. But when I came back from Washington, we went full bore on the station modernization, which includes 19th Street. It's underway now. The sink's going to be out in the concourse area, not inside. There won't be a lockable door to the entrance. And I really applaud the direction that the district's going to create. This won't be the Madonna Inn where people are visiting BART to see our restrooms, but we're doing the right thing. And I want to guard that we don't reprioritize funding, say, from Fairgates. That's still at the top of my list. But BART has a history of delivering projects when we put our minds to it. So I think this one goes up into that priority category. And thank you again to everyone for making this possible.
Thank you so much, Director Rayburn. Director Lee, followed by followed by our president, and then we'll have Rebecca as the author of this RCI close us out.
Got it. Thank you so much, Chair Simon. When I was elected in 2018, I did not think that one of the most exciting votes I would ever make would be around bathrooms, or not vote, but the most exciting things that would come before the board would be around bathrooms. I cannot hide my excitement about this. This is so, like, it has taken years and years and years to get to this point. And I am so excited we are finally here and able to provide this service to our riders, to our employees. You know, I know that all of us, when you're out in the community or when you're running for office, everyone is asking you about the bathrooms, and it felt awful to not be able to give a real, justifiable answer to why they aren't open. So I'm excited for this day. I'm so impressed by the work that staff has done, whether it's providing better station cleanliness, whether it's surveyor riders, and as we learned here, how important the bathrooms are for employees. It's also part of our vision to provide world-class transit, something I know that, a couple years ago, pre-pandemic, that was really our vision. I think it still is and should be. I think part of world-class transit is providing high-quality restroom facilities. If you go to any major transit system, any major transit station in the world, there are bathrooms there. They look great, and they are welcoming and inviting for all folks to use. And that's what I think we're doing here. It's been said before, I'm really proud of how thoughtful staff have been about the design of these restrooms. I'm very much in supportive of the attendant operations. And so ultimately, my main takeaway here is we need funding. In talking to staff, it was clear to me that if we were to get funding, that last slide with that trajectory and all those future potential restroom openings become real. That timeline moves up considerably if we had funding in hand today. Personally, I think that getting the funding to open more restrooms is super, I think it's super fundable. It's definitely easy to get political support. Ultimately, when you look at the costs that are laid out, you're talking about something between like $1.5, I think, to like $4 million, which is truthfully a drop in the bucket for the sorts of big things that we move. It's also one of the most tangible deliverables with immediate impact. Now, I'm not, making fun of some of the other amazing things we have to do, but like CBTC and say like our train system modernization or our track repair work or our power substation, state of grid repair work, that's far less tangible for our riders, even though it's so incredibly important work. And we've passed, a $3.5 billion GEO bond, and we've shown that. But in some ways, investing a couple million here and there for bathrooms is some of the most tangible things for our riders. And I think the general public really understands that. I do want to note that it is hard to find consistent funding and really have the funding that has flexibility for operations. And so I just want to note, I would like to make sure, I know Director Duffy asked a couple questions here, especially for Powell, where we're going to have the 3-month pilot. I would really like to make sure that we do talk to our labor partners about that work, both the attendance and the cleaning. If they're not interested or it might not be the right fit, I would like to explore nonprofit options, sort of similar to what we have with the elevator attendant program. I've been so impressed with what we've done with Urban Alchemy and the elevator attendant program. Would love to see something similar for the bathroom attendants. So with all that said, let's get that money. Let's really work with our city leaders, our county leaders, and find a way that we can fast track bathroom reopening system-wide.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Director Lee. Why don't we go to President Foley, and we'll finish off board comments with Director Salzman, Vice President Salzman.
Thank you, Chair Simon. I want to also share Director Lee's enthusiasm regarding this item. It is a long time coming, and I'm happy that we are addressing this. And I personally want to thank our Vice President, Rebecca Salzman, for taking this on and making this happen. So thank you for raising this to our attention. And lastly, I want to thank General Manager Powers and certainly the staff for addressing this critical need. I know we talk about, reliability, safety, affordability within the BART system, but one of those very visible things is the ability to have an available clean restroom to use. So I really appreciate that we are tackling this. I fully support this phased approach. And as Director Lee and others have mentioned, I would initially like to look at an in-house solution to this attendant program. If we can find a way to keep this in-house, that's great. If not, I do think that the idea of nonprofit support is really a good one. And lastly, I just want to finish with a question, which is, will every restroom within our system have attendants? Is it just the underground restrooms? And if so, what's the reasoning behind that?
President Foley, DGM Jones. So no, it is not our intent to have restroom attendants deployed throughout the system. The primary rationale there is several of our stations that are not underground have been open, have remained open, and we haven't had significant issues with those stations. And we have system service workers, and additional system service workers coming with the enhanced cleaning program that the board approved in this budget. So that is not our goal. The downtown stations are a different story, as we all know. So right now it's a pilot, and we'll determine what we move forward with after that pilot's done in the downtown stations.
All right, so it's not every underground station restroom that will have an attendant then, is what I'm hearing potentially?
Unclear yet. I think we'll figure out where we are with 19th and Powell, and if there's a need for them, then we will evaluate that at that time. Just throwing out there, I don't know what downtown Berkeley will look like once we open it. I don't know what Lake Merritt will look like once we open it. So it'd be premature for us to commit right now, but we know at 19th and Powell we'll start with attendance.
No, understood. I just, in my mind, all restrooms are created equal, and if you will, underground versus above ground. So I think the underground, it makes sense from both a safety perspective and cleanliness. So I would support that discussion in the future. And with that, I'll turn it back to President Simon, or excuse me, Chair Simon. I promoted you again.
Thank you. I accept. Vice President Salzman, and again, I think on behalf of the board and the staff, we just really applaud your leadership for an issue that I think all of us think about consistently. But really, being where we are as BART, with all the financial issues that we're struggling through, there are many dreams that we have for our agency, but many of us have been holding back on a lot of those hopes and dreams, but appreciating your tenacity and courage to just bring forward what the people really need, despite those challenges, knowing that we can get there. And here we are with a plan. So Director Salzman, again, thank you. And after your comments, I will hand it back to you, President Foley.
Thank you. And the reason, it never left my mind, even during the pandemic, is, the same things people pointed out, these letters and emails we get, and having been on the BART board 9 years, I've gotten a lot of them over the years. And for so long, all I could say to those people was, I agree with you, but I can't get the votes. And it was so sad. Director Rayburn and McPartland will remember when it came to the board, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, before the rest of you were here, and we couldn't get the votes because management also didn't support it. And so it was really hard to say, yeah, we absolutely have to reopen restrooms, but we can't do it. So I'm so glad to see such a big change with the board and with management to decide to move forward on something that's so urgent to so many people. I think now, I think it's great that we've already shared with the public that this is something we're going to do, but it is now up to the staff and the board to recommit to this in every budget cycle upcoming. So when we get to next year, and since we're going to be talking about, probably at this point in a few hours about the budget, about doing a 2-year budget cycle, when we get to June and are deciding on the 23-24 budget, we need to put these funds in there. And we're going to be having to make a lot of hard decisions with those budgets. But if we're committing to this today, that means we need to recommit when it comes to the budget. And I want to say, I know there's kind of an asterisk next to downtown Berkeley, and there's a little, we're not sure what we can do in that year about whether we can do both those stations. I just think it's really important that we do, as Director Lee was saying, the cost of these projects compared to some of the other projects that people don't see the impacts right away, it's very small. It's, a big cost to anybody just looking at the numbers, but for BART, it's not. And for how appreciative riders will be, I think it's absolutely worth it. And we have to prioritize doing the stations, at the minimum in the years that have been laid out. And if we can find some outside funding, maybe trying to get those, 16th and Mission and 24th Street Mission even sooner. But at minimum, I think we need to all commit together and continue recommitting to get this done on the timeline that's been laid out so far. And I just wanted to share, we're talking about the capital costs and the operational costs, but what we're not talking about, and staff has told me it's difficult to quantify, so I understand why they don't have a number, but there's some savings as well. And whether that's cost or just saving staff time so that maintenance staff can work on other things, and there's always plenty of things to clean up. There are a lot of people urinating at our stations and on our trains. Not that that won't happen at all in the future, but it will hopefully be reduced when we open all the stations. And just an anecdote, when staff took me to tour all of the closed restrooms, I can't remember which downtown San Francisco station it was at, we approached one of the restrooms and somebody had urinated on the floor right outside of that closed restroom. Maybe they were trying to go to that restroom. So it definitely is happening. It will help. So it's just another thing we can do. And even though we can't quantify the savings, they're there. So again, just want to thank staff for their tremendous work on this and the board for committing to this. And I cannot wait to get us started opening the restrooms. And I too, as others have stated, I fully support the attendant program. And I do just finally want to point out something from a letter we got actually about station modernization from John Kaner of the Downtown Berkeley Association. He pointed out that we might want to consult with the city of Berkeley because they have attended public restrooms in the parking garage that's just outside the downtown Berkeley station where our bike station is. So they've had some experience with that. So especially for downtown Berkeley, knowing it's sort of the same community that would be using those restrooms. So it would be helpful to consult with them and maybe think about consulting with other agencies that have done attended restrooms as we develop this pilot and move forward to ensure we're as successful as we can be. So thanks so much, and very excited to see this move forward.
Thank you so much, Director Salzman. I think we're all just extremely excited as well. And thank you for moving forward. Before I turn it back to you, President Foley, I think it is also fair to mention, and Director Salzman and Director Dufty encouraged me through text to make sure that we acknowledge our union partners, our AT station agents every single day, day after day. They are literally faced with this conundrum from mommies with little kids or elders who really, really need sort of the most basic facilities. And hopefully they'll be able to have soon enough an opportunity to be able to guide and point them to restrooms that are working, clean, and amazing. So thank you to the ATU staff every day who have to sort of face the real needs of our real passengers and have not had an opportunity to help them oftentimes. And then secondly, we know that the SEIU team, they have been pushing both BART and the board to think about bathrooms for some time. And I, like many of you, would encourage us as we think about the attendant program to think about those being good paying long-term jobs, particularly providing maybe a pipeline from our elevator attendant programs and other programs that we're currently supporting through Urban Alchemy and other collaborations. But again, thank you so much, Director Saltzman, and thank you staff and board members for this conversation. Good job. Director Foley, President Foley.
Thank you, Chair Simon. It is now 11:22. Let's turn to our Planning, Public Affairs, Access, and Legislation Committee in hopes that we can efficiently work through that particular committee, the two items, and then possibly get us into or near closed session. So with that, I will turn it over to Chair Rayburn.
Thank you, President Foley. And again, we've skipped over the administrative agenda. We will return to that item 5 in the budget later, but right now we have 2 items in the PAL committee. The first is an action item on the El Cerrito Transit-Oriented Development Goals and Objectives. And the second is a very exciting presentation on station modernization. So stay tuned. And if you're interested in commenting, please let the district secretary know. And let's move on with first the El Cerrito Plaza presentation.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. Carl Holmes, Assistant General Manager, Design and Construction. Pleased to hand this off to Kimberly Kumpel and Rachel Factor, both with Real Estate and Planning Development, to get into the presentation about the El Cerrito Plaza TOD, which is related to the replacement parking item. So it's the other presentation for the El Cerrito TOD. And while we get this up, I'll remind the board that we did present this as an information item, and Kimberly and Rachel will share more about that with the idea that we'd be back today as an action item.
Good morning, directors. I'm Kimberly Kumpel, and while we're waiting for the presentation to come up, I just wanted to say that Rachel and I are here today to provide an update on the El Cerrito Plaza TOD project planning process, as well as presenting the analysis and community outreach that's been done to determine a range for the on-site BART commuter parking. We're going to be also asking the board to approve the El Cerrito Plaza goals and objectives, with an addition of a new goal that specifically recommends the range of BART commuter parking that will be required to be incorporated into the TOD project. And those goals and objectives were included in your packet. Should I keep going while we're waiting for this? Okay. And this is not the first time the board has acted on the El Cerrito Plaza TOD project. Back in September of 2016, the board approved entering into an MOU with the city of El Cerrito to study the feasibility of TOD at the site.
This one.
And also the goals and objectives that we're asking you to approve, the board reviewed in January of 2020. And those goals and objectives, they were used to develop and evaluate the RFQ that we released in July of 2020, which culminated with the board approving entering into an exclusive negotiating agreement with Holiday Development and related companies, our development team. And then as Carl mentioned, Rachel and I were here in June of this year
where we presented an update to the board highlighting the impacts that replacement parking can have on TOD project design. And then in an effort to speed up the delivery of TOD projects and especially affordable housing, we're going to be using a framework that we've developed as part of the Berkeley El Cerrito Plaza corridor planning process to determine the amount of commuter parking range earlier in the TOD process so that the developers can have more certainty. So on slide 3, there we go. Still can't see the whole thing.
I mean, I can't see the whole thing.
Then.
It's only showing a quarter of the screen.
Which one is it? This one?
TOD.
Eventually. Oh. Keep going? Okay. So when you see the slide, you're going to see that it shows the conceptual development plan for the TOD project, as well as what the existing conditions look like, and there it is. The conceptual development plan includes about 800 units over the 8 acres, with 37% of those units being affordable to low-income households and an additional 12% affordable to middle-income households. One of the reasons why El Cerrito Plaza has been prioritized for development is that the city has laid the groundwork for TOD with the San Pablo Area Specific Plan supportive zoning. El Cerrito Plaza Station is designated as an aspirational urban with parking station, and per the BART TOD policy is a candidate for not having any BART parking. Currently, the land that will be used for the TOD project is occupied by the surface parking. And so any replacement parking will need to be put into a new structure, which the size and the scope of which is super critical to the development team as they start to progress on their designs. And that's why we're bringing this to the board today. The next slide, on slide 4, is a slide that we showed you back in June. Although we're only asking the board to approve the El Cerrito Plaza goals and objectives today, ultimately, we will need to identify the funding sources for any BART replacement parking. Construction costs are at an all-time high, and it is not possible for the development pro forma to carry the full cost of the public parking. So in order to construct the parking, we will have to focus on the funding sources that are in the bottom box there, either public funds for grants, which are very, very limited for public parking, possible sales tax measures, looking at market solutions, or BART land value. And although we've used the BART land value in the past, new board priorities such as affordable housing and operational revenue require us to balance BART's many needs. And therefore, any land value investment recommendation will adhere to BART policy, including the station access typology investment framework. And now I'm going to turn it over to Rachel, and she's going to provide more detail on how we arrived at the BART parking range for El Cerrito Plaza.
So slide 5 shows the process showing that we've been working with the community and city for several years now. And we held a community meeting on October 12th to discuss the recommended on-site BART rider parking range that we are here today to ask the board to approve. And this range will allow the holiday-related development team to move forward with the community to develop the site design and later entitlements for the development through 2023 for a targeted construction start in 2024. So in the next couple of slides, I'll highlight the public process that has been and will continue to feed into the decision-making. So slide 6 highlights the numerous meetings to focus on El Cerrito Plaza development and access planning efforts since 2019, with around 50 meetings alone in 2021 through the Berkeley El Cerrito Corridor Access Planning process. And slide 7 shows that the community has provided a lot of input about how to improve all forms of access to the station in the last several years. And this slide highlights some of the key public ideas and concerns about all types of access. So moving on to slide 8. When we updated the board in June, we shared a very similar slide that detailed a framework we would be using to determine the BART commuter parking range. And the policy priorities guiding this framework are shown here on the left in the blue box. And these have led into and informed the process that we've taken to determine the recommended range. And the process part, shown in green, is a blend of technical evaluation and community input around 3 questions. Who would be impacted by parking loss and what alternatives do they have? how will BART parking be paid for, and what are the trade-offs, design and financial trade-offs. And the reason we have a range and not a single number at this point is because we still need more clarity on the funding and trade-offs as we move forward in the design process. In the next 6 slides, I'll be discussing the process to get to the range. So slide 9 highlights that for the maximum, we incorporated community input, including survey data. In this case, our maximum parking range of 250 spaces retains parking for the majority of those who report being parking dependent, in the sense that for them, other options to get to BART are very difficult. And we define parking dependent as drivers either with physical mobility challenges or with complex journeys that either involve picking up or dropping off somebody or doing errands as part of their trips, because these trips can be most difficult to transfer to non-driving options. And to get to the number, we tried a couple different methods. First, a more back-of-the-envelope simple method, and second, a more technically rigorous method. And they both arrived at the same number, 250 spaces. So on slide 10, shows our simple method to determine the maximum, which is we start out with the current lot size, 740 spaces. We know that roughly 1 in 3 BART riders self-reports as being parking dependent, as defined in the previous slide. We round this number up by about 15% to account for any survey error, and this results in the 250 spaces or 34% replacement. We separately undertook the more detailed method on slide 11. And the detailed method considers what alternative options are available to drivers based on where they live and how far they are from the station. And this method is underpinned by a few key assumptions. One, all pre-COVID on-street parkers would continue to park on street. This assumes that there is no change to management of on-street parking, even though this is currently under extensive discussion with the city. And based on current and forecasted trends, 1 in 5 parkers would work remotely on any given day. 7 in 10 people who park live within a 15-minute walk, bike, or bus ride and aren't parking dependent would shift to getting to BART in a different way rather than needing to park. And 1 in 2 of the drivers who live close to either Richmond or El Cerrito del Norte stations would park there instead, using about 140 spaces, which is roughly 5% of the 2,750 total spaces. So we analyzed all this data, and the result is 250 spaces. In the next slide, slide 12, addresses the concerns about having adequate parking access for those who have mobility challenges drive and park. Acknowledging these concerns, using survey results, documenting riders with mobility challenges, BART would provide a minimum of 100 parking spaces at the station site. And the calculation considers the highest data point of 13% in the 2021 survey work, and we've also seen in 2019 that the reported mobility challenges were at around 3%. In slide 13, we start to look at the next question, which is how we're going to be paying for the parking. So we have a range because we do not yet have clarity on how we're going to cover the cost of the future garage. So as Kim outlined, there's limited money for all station access investments, and we're estimating around $40 million can be reasonably available for multimodal station access investments based on the sources we know today. And structured parking is the most expensive and least cost-effective investment at $80,000 plus a space in today's dollars to build. And money for parking is most scarce since state and regional priorities have shifted over the last several years, as Kim discussed earlier. And the one known grant source that will still fund parking will only pay for up to $50,000 per space. So BART would need to find the funds to fill the funding gap. And so here I show 2 past and 2 bar graphs of what access investments look like, assuming $40 million total, but varying the level of investment in parking. And on the left shows that if we were to build 250 parking spaces, around $20 million or 50% would go into all station access investments, shown in green, and about 50% would go into parking, as shown in blue. However, we would need to fill the funding gap of $7.5 million, shown in light blue. And on the right side, in the scenario with 100 spaces, we'd spend $8 million on parking with a funding gap of $3 million, which means $32 million or 80% of the pot would be available for all other access investments. The next slide, slide 14, shows that we also have to consider the other trade-offs with more or less parking. So the difference between 250 and 100 parking spaces is roughly 50 to 100 less homes based on some initial high-level analysis. And the more parking provided, the larger the building size will need to be, which means less opportunity for gathering spaces, and less parking also means more opportunity to shape the building to better integrate with the neighborhood. And slide 15 shows that as the project design advances over the next several years, BART will continue to work with the community, city, and developer to get more clarity on the mix of on and off-site access improvements, including the final on-site parking number. And the ultimate decision will be based on a better understanding of the funding opportunities and more input on the design trade-offs. And staff will return to the BART board for the project approval, where replacement parking number and funding plan will be approved later in the process after entitlements. Next slide, please. I laid out in the analysis in the previous slide, and now I'm going to transition to the goals and objectives for the El Cerrito Plaza TOD and the recommendation that we are asking you to consider today. So here I'm highlighting some of the key themes from the goals and objectives that were adopted unanimously by El Cerrito City Council in late 2019 and presented to the board in January 2020, which are also highly consistent with several of the city's adopted policies as shown to the right. And in slide 17, we are now recommending that the BART board approve the El Cerrito Plaza TOD goals and objectives, with the only change being E2.1, which specifies the on-site BART rider parking range. And this additional goal is complementary to the previously adopted City Council goal E2. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll first turn to the public. Do we have any public speakers?
Kiro, you may address the board.
You and welcome, Kiro. You'll have 3 minutes. Are you unmuted?
Yeah, just start over.
I'm sorry, I forgot to unraise the hand. Sorry.
We'll start you.
I don't have any comment.
No comment.
Next speaker.
Laura, you may address the board.
Good morning, Chair Foley and BART Board of Directors. I'm sorry, now you hear my dog barking in the back. My name is Laura Tolkoff. I'm the Transportation Policy Director at SPUR and a resident of El Cerrito. SPUR strongly supports the TOD goals and objectives for El Cerrito Plaza. SPUR just completed an inventory of the region's entire parking supply and found that fully half of the region's developable land is devoted to parking, and that we have enough parking to circle the planet nearly 2.5 times. What does that say about the region? It says that the region cares as much about storing cars as we do about creating places for families to live. That has to change. We support the ambitious staff proposal and also encourage it to go further, lowering the parking minimums below 100 spaces, as the trade-off between housing and parking is crystal clear. SPUR also supports BART's work on the Berkeley-El Cerrito Corridor Access Plan and the extensive outreach conducted as part of this work. This corridor approach to BART station access planning is a sensible new strategy, and the proposal today is a reflection of this good work. Finally, as a proponent of the ambitious Regional Express Bus Plan proposal in Plan Bay Area 2050, SPUR wishes to note that the neighboring El Cerrito del Norte station has the unusual benefit of direct HOV access ramps from I-80. These direct access ramps provide a fast connection for future I-80 express lanes and planned express bus service through Contra Costa and Solano counties. This access supports great future options for getting to BART along the I-80 corridor, meaning that the proposed reduction in parking will be paired with strong station access improvements for more distant customers. And on a personal level, although I have really enjoyed teaching my little ones how to ride a scooter and a bike in the parking lots during the pandemic at El Cerrito Plaza, I am ready for it to be something new. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Dan Cloak, you may address the board.
Hi, my name is Dan Cloak. I live 50 yards from the El Cerrito Plaza BART station. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns. Like many of my neighbors, I strongly support your efforts to create a TOD project here. I ask the board to defer a decision on building a parking garage until it can be determined whether a proposed on-street parking program currently under study can provide sufficient parking close to the station. For BART to make a commitment today to spend $8 million to $20 million on a parking garage is premature. As station neighbors, many of my neighbors and I would prefer that the money in the on-site space go instead to providing parks, gathering places, and to support multimodal station access. Our neighborhood is valuable. Our neighbors are valuable. A huge proportion of the space in our neighborhood is already devoted to accommodating driving and parking at neighboring sites. We need trees, play spaces, and traffic safety improvements, not more cars and parking. There is, in fact, all-day parking available on neighboring streets. Your consultant's report, as well as other available studies, show that parking needs of BART users can be mostly or entirely accommodated with zero parking on site. As you just heard from staff, a parking garage would tend to serve primarily commuters who choose to drive a few blocks to the station rather than walk. An $8 million to $20 million subsidy would simply induce demand for automobile use by people who don't really need to drive. Once the folks who live a short distance away have parked in the available spaces each morning, there would be basically no benefit to those who might have a real need to drive and park at the station. Please defer this decision and instead direct staff and funding to support the City of El Cerrito's work, now in progress, to create a parking benefit district in our neighborhood. A parking benefit district could use market pricing to reduce parking demand, would make better use of street infrastructure, and would generate revenues that could be dedicated to support neighborhood amenities. Please support our neighborhood's effort to become a walkable, livable, diverse, and accommodating place that supports our common climate action goals. Don't undermine those efforts by committing today $8 to $20 million to induce unnecessary automobile use and bring yet more cars and parking to where we live. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Cameron Blackford, you may address the board.
Welcome, Cameron.
Hi, yeah, thank you for your time. So I attended the October 12th community meeting, and I'm a little disturbed because at that meeting, despite repeated questions, there was denial of any commitment to how big or how many units would be in the housing development. And now I see there is a 800 home development, and it's going to take up all the space that is currently in parking lots. So I don't understand why that information wasn't provided in that October 12th meeting. Why they said that that decision had not been made and wouldn't be made for years, that they hadn't even decided on the developer yet. So that is kind of disturbing. And also, if it really is going to be 800 spaces, that is very large. It'd be a huge number of additional people in our community. And then these people who are saying that we don't need any more parking. If the bulk of the parking is taken up by these, well, if all the parking is going to be taken up and they are going to rely on these spaces in the community for people who need to get and ride BART, but then what about the people who are living in these apartments? Where are they going to park? And I know they say, oh, they're only going to have one car for every 3 apartments. And I think that is kind of ridiculous. Underestimate of how many cars that people are going to have, and they will have friends and they will have family and people visiting. So I really doubt these studies that say that there will be enough parking if you're going to have these 800 homes. So I would suggest we stop and think about how big this whole development should be in the first place. And yeah, and also the parking structure. That was not mentioned in the meeting also on the 12th. It was, the impression was going to be they would leave some of the parking currently there would be these 100 and 250 spaces. So I think we should shrink the development, leave some of the parking available that is currently there, and then we wouldn't need to build this big structure. And I'm just not sure why this October 12th meeting had such lack of information that is now being presented to the board. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Derek Sagehorn, you may address the board.
Hi, this is Derek Sagehorn, and I'm speaking in support of staff's proposal for the 100 parking spaces minimum for El Cerrito Plaza TOD. I think it's really important to look at those trade-offs in terms of how much money is going to be spent on even 250 parking spaces versus 100. I'd much rather see that money going towards improving neighborhood access in terms of protected bike lanes, extended sidewalks, bus infrastructure and whatnot versus adding more parking. I think staff's done a really great job modeling this stuff, and it's really going to be form the backbone of continued kind of TOD analysis going forward for the rest of the TOD program. So supportive and look forward to moving forward on this really important project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Caller, last four numbers 1471. You may address the board.
Going forward for the rest of
hello, am I supposed to be speaking now?
I hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, okay, because there's a bit of a time lag here with the last speaker being on my computer at the same time I'm on the phone. All right, so first of all, I want to say how much I've appreciated access to the El Cerrito Plaza BART station. It's one of the reasons I bought my home 27 years ago. And my husband and I have been able to commute to different areas. And most recently, we were afraid to take BART for a while because of the pandemic, but we've gotten back on. And we were able to take BART to the airport. We were taking BART to downtown Berkeley. Oh, I should mention, because now we are retired. And we really, really appreciate that. And also we feel we've been paying for that for a long time. But I'm very concerned that you're going to be eliminating so many parking spaces and that there is this discussion that anyone who is within 15 minutes of the station ought to be walking there and walking back. Now, the problem for someone like me, an older person who is only going to get older, I live very near to the station and I can walk to the station for the things that I do, except going to the airport. But I cannot walk back. And not that I should have to share my personal information. I think it's kind of offensive for me to justify why I would not be able to walk back from BART. But I've had neck problems for many years. And I think you would find that people who do not have a disabled parking space, who may not show up in your survey as disabled, really have a problem, particularly in this neighborhood. And I think that is known. I've seen the discussions on some city meetings and planning sessions. So if you eliminate this much parking, it's not that you're adding parking in a parking structure. You've already taken away 740 spaces, and then you put back 100 to 250. I would also like to know how many parking spaces will be provided for the 800 new housing units. And I would like to know how you're going to provide access to those of us in the low hills all the way up to Kensington who've been using this station and loving this station for many years. We do not have a bus. We cannot ride our bikes. It's easy to walk down, but it's not easy to walk back. So I feel that you are really, really discriminating against this particular area. And this goal of 100 to 250 parking spaces in a parking garage being considered separately is a great concern, because total access and usability of the station for all the people in El Cerrito and the Bay Area should be the concern. So this is just, really, really worries me. I don't think you should approve this today. And I would ask you to make clear presentations about how you intend to provide access and parking for all of the new residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Would you care to identify yourself?
Yes, Elizabeth Dasher.
Thank you very much.
El Cerrito. You're welcome.
Next caller, please.
Housing Action Coalition, you can address the board.
Hi, all. This is Nico Nagel with the Housing Action Coalition, East Bay organizer for our team. We are, a pro-housing nonprofit working on solving our affordability crisis in the Bay Area. Crisis has been brewing for years, and folks may wonder why housing advocates are talking about parking. But really these two go hand in hand, and one of the best ways we can achieve our climate goals through land use, and I know these are all things you already know, is to put folks near transit and near jobs and simply help reduce vehicle miles traveled. I think that's the main thrust for me here in supporting minimizing parking on site. I think I really do want to echo what's been said by other speakers in that, the parking spots are incredibly expensive. As someone who doesn't own a car, I know that I can only rent apartments that allow me to unbundle the parking. And that money can so easily and so much more effectively address other concerns. I don't think anyone who has spoken against parking thinks that there are not other problems to solve. It's just that we need to be directing resources toward solving those modal problems. And we look forward to seeing staff and advocates work on those issues together moving forward. So that's the long way of going to say, I'm speaking in support of minimizing minimizing parking on site. That money can be used in a better way, hopefully, to solve for a better future for everyone. Thank you.
Joe Kunzler, you may address the board.
Oh, thank you for clearing me in, District Secretary. I will be incredibly brief, but I just want to lend my voice to supporting charging for parking because, land around transit stations is very valuable. And recently I took a trip to your Bay Area and to ride the BART, and I really badly would like it if you would please charge for parking at all of your stations, because having a bus go all the way around and seeing all the parking, when it would be nice if the AC transit bus could pull right up to Rockridge in the early morning and just go right up the stairs and start taking pictures, would be really nice. So I just want to lend my voice to BART to continue being bold, just as you've been bold with your vaccine mandate. Thank you for that. And charge for parking. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Gail, you may address the board.
Thank you. My name is Gail Feldman, and I am director of the Kensington Property Owners Association. We've sent your board a letter outlining our concerns about the lack of access to the station once the development is under construction. And we support the parking structure that you're contemplating, but we do have concerns about the number of spaces. Based on your analysis, we have identified a different set of requirements for parking on site, which is based on the studies that your staff commissioned. And as you know, over 66% of the survey respondents identified hilly terrain, personal safety, mobility issues as part of the reasons that they have to drive to BART. We know that there are over 1,360 drivers that park in the BART area. So that includes the 740 spaces at the station as well as on the city streets. And so the number that we believe is upwards of 544 spaces. We don't expect that you're going to build that, but we do think that at a minimum 250 spaces would be required in order to accommodate people who are, particularly the people who live up in the hill areas or further away from the BART station. And while we really appreciate the concerns of the residents of El Cerrito, I'm glad that some of the neighbors are supportive of street parking. It's going to have to be part of the equation, obviously, but there's also a large contingent of neighbors who do not want to see street parking by BART riders. In addition, we know that the tenants of the TOD are going to probably have cars. We're just not at a point in this part of our history where people are going carless. And so even the developer has acknowledged that they're going to build 300 spaces for their tenants. So it's not really an equation of more housing units versus parking units. I think we need to just understand that your obligation to the regional district that you represent, that there are people who are just outside of the zone where they can walk, ride a bike, or get to BART in another way. And I also just want to add that in Kensington, we don't really have any bus service down to the El Cerrito BART station. And we have very sporadic bus service, so it's not really commutable. We may get more Transbay lines in, but people also commute to other areas in the region. So Transbay bus service is great, but not a solution for the whole entire community. So we really greatly appreciate you considering this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Back to you, Director Rayburn.
Well, thank you very much for all your comments. It's always great to hear from the public, and you do help guide us. Director Salzman, would you like to lead off?
Yes, I would. First, I want to thank all of the public speakers who came here today. And I don't know if it's hundreds or maybe at this point, thousands of people who have weighed in since we started this process in 2019. I know I personally have spoken to or emailed with hundreds of individuals. So people care about what's happening at the El Cerrito BART station. I know I do too. It's my home station, which I walk to. I know that this decision is difficult for a lot of people because, as the speakers all said, people depend on this. It's part of their community. It's part of how they get around. So any change can be challenging. And we've heard from the public today, and I think this well represents the public at large. There's a range of opinions from don't build any parking to replace most or all of the parking. And so, you know, there will be some people who have a difficult change ahead of them. But I want to really applaud staff for the work that they've put in over the past several years. We have sought input from the community. There have been multiple surveys done. There have been countless community meetings. Looking at that timeline, it was just amazing. Even though I knew about all of that stuff, just seeing it all in front of me, it's incredible what you've done. And I think the data-driven approach to coming up with the parking maximum is really fantastic and something we need to replicate in the future. And I think it's also conservative because, you know, it's assuming 1 in 5 people are working remotely, when actually the survey that we're looking at from the Bay Area Council in one of our next presentations shows it might be people working from home 2 days a week. So it's a little bit conservative. It also doesn't seem to consider that some people who are up in the hills will move to using the Transbay buses, which of course some of them will, not everybody will. So I do think that number is a good number and one we should stick with, that what the maximum number of parking could potentially be at the station. I do have some questions for staff about the parking minimum because I am a little bit concerned at this point about getting locked into the 100 number. As one of the neighbors in El Cerrito spoke up about, Dan Cloak, that we don't know yet if the city's on-street parking management could potentially meet all or nearly all of the demand of the parking for the station. And I know that might sound like a really big change to some people, but I walk through these neighborhoods every single day, did before the pandemic too, and there's a lot of street parking available. El Cerrito is one of the only cities I know of that has no regulations of on-street parking, no charging for, sorry, there are regulations, there's no charging for on-street parking, even on the commercial streets. and they really need to do on-street parking management. And though they're not here today, when we had a city council planning session on this, every single member of the city council expressed support for doing on-street parking management. They just need to do it. So it hasn't been figured out yet. It's a small city, so we're going to help them figure that out, but it needs to be figured out. But it's potential that they can meet all or the vast majority of the demand on the streets, especially considering some people shifting to remote, some people shifting to other stations. So I wanted to ask staff, if we went to a lower number for the minimum, and again, this is just for the minimum, we could land somewhere in between both numbers. We could end up at 150 spots. We don't know what we'll end up when we actually get the development. But if we had a lower minimum, what could some of the benefits be if we went with a lower number to the project?
Director Salzman, this is Kim Compo. In terms of some of the benefits to the TOD project, we would be able to do additional units, as we mentioned. The design would be more flexible in terms of being able to have contacts with the surrounding neighborhood, allowing for more setbacks. It also would allow for some additional open space and areas for the residents themselves.
Great. So I think there could be tremendous benefits. Again, I think, we're setting a range today, but I'd like us to set a range where we have some more flexibility. If the developer team comes back to us and says, oh, I know you set it at 100, but this is what we could do with 90. I feel like if we set it at 100 today, we're really not going to be able to walk that back. I know I won't be able to walk that back to my community. I feel like the minimum we set today, we need to stay somewhere within that range. So what I would propose is, you came up with the 100 number by looking at just one survey instead of both surveys. So we did 2 surveys. They showed very different numbers on, and maybe you could pull that slide back up showing the number of people who needed these spaces because of mobility needs. Can you pull that slide back up? Because it's a footnote at the bottom, so people might have missed it.
Slide 12.
So if you could make it full size, because I believe it's pretty hard to read at the moment, like in presentation mode. I mean, otherwise I can read it, but I don't know if people can see it. Oh, sorry, now we're. So, in the 2021 survey, 13% said that they didn't have any other options, and that this was the only way they were able to get there. And in the 2019, it was 3%. So I wanted to ask staff, what number would we come up with if we average those 2 numbers instead of just pulling out the highest number?
Right. So this is Rachel speaking. If we were to average it, it'd be around 8%. So just doing simple math, 8% times the 740 would be about 60 spaces.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to put forward a motion in a minute, but before I do, I wanted to address something that I heard a few of the public commenters say, which there was concern about the people who live at the units. And so my understanding is that is a separate discussion to be had, and my understanding it's going to be about half a space per unit. But what we're talking about today is just BART parking. It has nothing to do with parking for the people who live in the units, or the potential library, anything else like that. So I just wanted to have staff confirm that that's going to be a separate conversation, and that these spots will just be for BART, correct?
That's correct.
Great. So just anybody who's concerned that these, however many spaces we have are going to all be used up by the residents, that is actually not going to happen. It's going to be a separate conversation about parking for them. So what I want to put forward is an amended motion from what's in the EDD, and simply changing the minimum number from 100 to 60, keeping the maximum as what it is, 250. So I'd like to move that. And again, with the acknowledgement that we might land somewhere in the middle. We might still land over 100, but at this point, this early on in the process, I don't want to get us locked into a higher number, because if we are able to really move forward with the city of El Cerrito and they commit to this on-street parking management, and we see more people are working remotely, so that we have flexibility later on, so we're not wasting millions of dollars on parking that potentially isn't going to be needed. So that is my motion, just to amend the number to 60. And I hope all of you will support that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Director Lee, followed by President Foley, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. So I'll keep my comment short here. I was one of the handful of advocates who worked with Supervisor Jane Kim back in 2018 to amend our City and County of San Francisco's general plan to end parking minimums for all new developments. So you know where I stand. I would be open to setting a max of 250 and literally not having a minimum, having the minimum be 0. With that said, I really hear Vice President Salzman and recognize she is the El Cerrito representative here in multiple ways. I would defer to you and would be open to this new motion that you're putting forward. At the end of the day, I mean, why I would want to see a lower minimum of even 0 is that I want the option on the table, whether it's for the developers or for BART, to spend $0 on parking structures. Because the cost that we are putting forward is really expensive, and we are still dealing with, we are fully reliant right now on federal dollars for the foreseeable future. And we really need every flexible option possible. When we look at the choices ahead of us, they will be extremely hard decisions. But, are we looking at providing 100 parking spots somewhere, or are we looking at the financial future of the district? And I don't want to put things so catastrophic, but these are some of the really tough decisions we are looking at ahead. With that said, I hear what you're saying, Vice President Salzman, and based on what you said, I would be open to your amended motion.
And Director Lee, if you wanted to put forward a friendly amendment to my motion and just go with the 250 maximum, and we'll figure out what the minimum is later and figure out the number later, I actually am open to that.
Okay, I would propose that as a friendly amendment.
So I will amend it to just change the motion to set the maximum and to not set any minimum, and we can work on that in the future.
Thank you. And President Foley.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. While I support TOD, I feel the need to wave a cautionary flag. I have 3 concerns. The first is that it needs to make fiscal sense for BART. Removal of parking revenue must be exceeded by TOD revenue. We use that parking revenue in other ways at the district, and so it's important for us to see a net positive. The second is the impact to neighborhoods caused by BART overflow parking. We need an agreement with the city to minimize that impact. We can't go forward, in my opinion, without that. We need their partnership in solving this potential problem for our neighbors. And then the third issue is, just a reminder that when we remove parking, we displace auto-dependent riders. We need to have a service level agreement with other operators like AC Transit to be able to provide more frequent bus or shuttle service. We need that replacement sort of option for those people that can choose not to take their car. We want to support that, but we need to have an agreement in place, some sort of service level that says we will provide that to different neighborhoods with varying frequencies and routes. So those are the 3 things I wanted to raise. I appreciate your time, Chair Rayburn. Thank you.
Thank you. Very pithy. Director Ames.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with Director Foley. I've seen a lot of, I actually live near affordable housing complexes, and I don't see them taking public transit. They're about 20-minute walk from BART, Union City BART. I really don't know why. I hardly ever see them at the bus stops. And I've talked to Mid-Penn over there in Union City and another affordable housing complex. And And they say they have multiple jobs and they need a car. They just can't just take transit to get to where they need for shopping or work, dropping their kids off at school. So it is a challenge to come up with a parking answer to this exciting development. Of course, we want to see a transit village here. And so I just wanted to get some clarification on this parking dependent number. It was 215 parking spaces. Is that correct? Did I not hear that? Can staff clarify in the parking dependent number?
Yeah, this is Rachel again. It's 250.
250 parking dependent?
So this is for the maximum. We defining parking dependent as those who reported in the survey to have mobility challenges, and that's in the 2021 survey, as well as pickup, drop off, and errand duties. People who have complex journeys.
Okay. And with the grant that we're getting for the parking garage, we had an option where the parking garage would only cost $3 million. That would be the funding gap for the minimum, which was 100 stalls.
That's right.
Okay.
The grant, the one known grant, and we do not have any assurances that we're getting it. It's a good chance that we get it, but the one known grant will pay up to $50,000 per space.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. I can support the motion that Director Saltzman is promoting less parking. I get the less parking option, but I'm really concerned that we will have a lot of overflow parking. I've seen apartment complexes, because if you don't have all the amenities right there, like, grocery store, I know we're going to potentially have a library here, which would be amazing. But if you don't have all these services, you are going to need to pick up the slack as far as how to get people to the dentist, to the grocery store. And to Director Foley's comment, are we going to provide additional public transit service to offset this gap in their needs to move around and get their tasks done, especially with all the people living there? So this really needs to be carefully crafted with parking on street, availability of services nearby, so they're not going to get in their car. Because the reality is, if they need to get around and go to a grocery store to, say, Target, they need a car. It's just not practical to think we don't need any parking. Sadly, we're going to get there, I hope, someday. So if we do decide to go with a parking garage and we have to we have to come up with another $3 million, I say we push back onto the developer to provide that for us. We've got the grant. So we really need to work with the developer to deliver this garage. If it comes down to, say, 100 spaces or whatever, there's a gap. I'd like the developer to pay this. And if it ends up overparked, it's for some reason, say we do 100 spaces, I'd like to hear from staff, can we convert some of the garage space into retail or some other service to make it more of a, to provide more amenities to the TOD?
Yeah, hi, this is Rachel again. The context of this development is really exceptional because El Cerrito Plaza Shopping is it's adjacent to it, and it has everything. It has the market, CVS, even has Trader Joe's. So, there's schools that are really close by and walking distance, access to the Bay Trail. So it's just a fantastic location for people to do pretty much everything. So I just want to give you that context.
Thank you.
And
yeah. Okay. Well,
hopefully
I've seen this happen. The overflow parking, because people need to have their cars to get their job, their tasks or their needs met, I should say. So anyway, I'm supportive of this. I want to see more of a parking analysis, and I'd love to see the on-street parking program for El Cerrito and their parking program for the library and the parking program for the developer. Hopefully we get into the details, but I know we got to start negotiating and get a great plan together. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Director McPartland's raised his hand.
I will have to end up saying that, by the way, I found that President the president's comments were from Mark were just spot on. And as far as being fiscally responsible and making sure that we end up coming out on top of this, I'm going to end up supporting Rebecca Salzman. I have the same reservations that Liz has. However, I look at it from the standpoint that I am looking at it from a macro perspective, and Rebecca is living in that site, and she has a better micro perspective of what she needs for that particular station in conjunction with that community. As long as the community, or rather the local government, is supporting this, then I don't have any rub on that. I don't think it would end up working in my district, and I would hope that in the future that the other directors would end up accepting my vision that I end up having for the stations in my district and support me. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll wrap this up before we take a vote, and just note my support for 60 to 250 spaces. I'm also surprised that nobody raised the issue of parking revenue. And I would like to introduce that, and several speakers have, amongst the hundreds of letters we've received in the past few days, I've noted a number of people have said no free parking. So I would like to make sure that we move forward with no free parking. That's one way to make sure that we're meeting people's needs. As well, I want to suggest that in defining how many spaces we actually need, between 60 and 250, that we're taking into account the demand, of course, for people with disabilities. We're also considering the short-term reservation potential. Many passengers at BART don't know that they can today reserve a space in our parking garages. They think, oh, once it's filled, it's filled. No, if you're planning for a trip, you can make that reservation. You will pay for it. Of course, a parking lot offers lighting and monitoring for safety reasons. And as well, I would like to see us provide for spaces for shared vehicles, so that we have the opportunity to create new access modes. Of course, minimized parking encourages active modes of transportation and transit access. And it also allows for additional homes adjacent to the BART station, so that those people living there, let's see, 800 units, probably times 3 to 4. That's a lot of people that will be entering our fare gates by just pushing their elevator button and going to the station. So this is a real win-win, I think, for the community, for the region, to help us meet our housing needs. And I see Director Salzman piqued her interest for revenue. Director?
I wanted to address a few of the things that have been said, and I obviously agree we should charge for parking. We already are, but we'll hopefully in the future figure out to charge based on demand. So I look forward to that coming forward. But I wanted to address the concerns of President Foley that were echoed by a couple other directors, and just say I am so beyond committed to this project. I spend a lot of my BART board hours on this, and I am working very closely with the city council and the staff there, and our staff are as well, and will continue to ensure we can move forward with this on-street parking management. They really have to do it because they have all this unregulated parking. If they don't create this program, people are still going to park there. So they want to do it. I think they're going to do it, but I'm very committed to making it happen. The question about can we get, more bus service is trickier because it means we need to help secure more federal or state or some kind of funding for transit operations in general, which again, we'll see in our coming up presentation, we need to do anyway for BART. So conveniently, we can do it for the whole region and help all of our riders, not just at El Cerrito, but it is important. It's just a harder one to commit to, but I just can tell you, I'm committed to ensuring that these people who are my neighbors ultimately can figure out how to get to BART, whether that's by driving and parking at one of the other stations, carpooling to a station, parking on street, taking a bike, walking, taking the bus, whatever it is. I think we're going to have to help them figure it out. And I'm very committed to doing that. I got asked by staff to just confirm that I have a second on the amended motion. I thought Director Lee did, but maybe I'm misremembering. So
I will consider my friendly amendment with a second.
I interpreted it as a second. So with a motion and a second, District Secretary, would you please call the vote?
Yes. Director McPartland,
Yes.
Director Rayburn,
Yay.
Director Saltzman,
yes.
Director Simon, Director Allen, Director Ames,
Yes.
Director Defty,
Yes.
Director Lee,
Yes.
President Foley.
Aye.
Thank you. Passes unanimously.
Okay, President Foley, do you want to break for a few minutes or plow on through?
I would be happy to push the plow on through. We can do what we can to try to wrap this up.
Okay, we will move to the station modernization update then.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. I will pass this on to Tim Chan, who's the Group Manager of Station Planning. And while we wait for the presentation to come up, this is regarding the Station Modernization Program update and how we have a revised approach. So you can see the projects that are currently underway, as well as the asset-based approach for system improvements that are also underway, as well as some that are in planning.
I'm seeing.
Great. So I'm just going to provide, good. The first slide. So good afternoon, directors. So I think we're just starting with, as you are very well aware, BART is facing unprecedented funding challenges. However, we are taking this opportunity to take a fresh look at the station modernization program and assess what we've done to date and what more we need to do ahead to continue advancing this program. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, great. So BART has been making ongoing stations investment for many years. In 2008, BART received the first of two tranches of state Prop 1B funds, which the board dedicated a portion to stations. So staff created the station modernization program and delivered improvements to Pleasant Hill, Union City, Powell Street, and Ashby, and electrical upgrades across multiple stations. It's worth noting that both Pleasant Hill and Union City secured a significant amount of funding for station investment, so a significant amount of local funding can help make a gateway project feasible. In 2013, BART received a second tranche, and staff further refined the modernization program and developed an implementation framework with a three-pronged approach: gateway, systemic, and early win station brightening. And we presented to the board multiple times and received their input on the program and the framework. Gateway projects are transformative, comprehensive set of improvements with higher levels of investment. Systemic projects are similar investments across multiple stations. And early win station brightening projects are smaller scale, lower cost, and easier to deliver and high touch to our customers. And I'm going to spend a little bit more time on that in the next few slides. Now, because the total list of recommended improvements were typically in the $60 to $80 million range, staff developed a multi-phase approach centered around funding availability, work efficiencies, and reduced rider inconvenience. Next slide. First, we started with concept plans at key stations to take a holistic look at our stations and to identify and assess projects as part of the capital project selection process and aligned with BART's capital improvement program. Our plans also reflected significant external input from our riders and stakeholders. The first group of stations were selected and prioritized by ridership, land use growth, potential leveraging opportunities, state of good repair, and geographic distribution across the region, along with an equity lens. The first stations have been completed to date, and 2 images on the right are completed plans at Walnut Creek and West Oakland. 6 more have been identified in the next round when additional funding becomes available, with the intent to complete concept plans for all 50 stations. We know that it will take time to complete all of the improvements in each plan, so it's important to update these plans over time to reflect new priorities and new thinking. Next slide. So prior to 2013, a higher level of station investments were made at Pleasant Hill, Union City, Powell Street, and Ashby. And since 2013, with a number of completed concept plans, we've been able to complete gateway projects at Balboa Park and El Cerrito del Norte, advance construction at 19th Street and Powell Street, and initiate design at Walnut Creek. Additionally, we completed a transformative plaza project and south entrance reopening at downtown Berkeley. And Union City 2A is almost completed. Also, just want to provide an update to Walnut Creek. And so the design is actually 100% completed, and we're working on finding funding for project delivery. BART's ability to advance gateway projects will depend on making substantial progress toward full funding on priority projects currently underway, such as the Core Capacity Program, Next Generation Fairgate, and the Elevator Modernization Program. Now that the Prop 1B funds have been committed or spent on earlier gateway station projects that are completed or underway, future gateway projects will rely on the availability of major funding and our ability to compete with and secure those sources. As discussed earlier, these project needs are included in the evaluation and prioritization process of the capital project selection process. Next slide. We recognize the significant importance of gateway projects and how these improvements benefit our riders and our employees. And the next few slides will just highlight some of these investments that you see here in the bulleted list. So let's go to the next slide. It's featuring some of our beautiful vertical circulation. Next slide. Additional investment in our station agent booth and in art. Next slide. And then the exterior, providing a lot more visibility, light, and bus intermodal amenities to our customers. Next slide. BART has been making systemic investments over time, and Measure RR and local funding have allowed us to continue making additional improvements in the areas of escalators, canopies, lighting, safety, security, and accessibility, just to name a few. Some of these investments are significant. Escalators and canopies cost around $254 million. Actually, let me update that, $270 million with the latest estimate. Elevator modernization costs about $330 million, and next generation fairgate around $90 million. We are aggressively pursuing funding for elevator modernization, fairgates, and others to move these larger projects forward. These investments provide key station benefits for thousands of BART riders across our system. I also want to update for the station hardening effort that is not completed, as I noted earlier, and efforts to raise railings, enclosed elevators, and alarm exits will continue into fiscal year 2023. Next slide. Now, while the larger capital projects require more time and funds for completion, it was critical that we also invest in smaller scale projects that were lower cost, easier to deliver, and a high touch to our riders so that they could see immediate results. This required close coordination with key departments to focus on cleaning, painting, lighting maintenance, and minor repairs across these stations. Most of this work was done in-house, but working with labor, we created small business opportunities for high cleaning 7 feet and above. We completed early win station brightening efforts at 12 stations, and we're on target to complete another 7 when the pandemic hit. This effort was very well received by our riders and stakeholders, and we've had to scale back our station brightening until our financial picture improves. Below are photos of our station brightening efforts at Powell Street a few years ago. Next slide. Now, so you heard from Neely early on about the public restroom upgrade, and just to let you know that the station brightening has not all gone away, and so we've just scaled it down just a little bit to focus on public restrooms. But as I mentioned, when our funding picture improves, we're going to go back and coordinate all of those resources that I mentioned a little bit earlier. Next slide. So a couple more slides to go. So staff is currently advocating with the state, regional, and counties to fund BART's existing priority projects. Even advancing station modernization projects to 35% preliminary design to position BART for future grant funding can cost up to $1 million or more, depending on scope and complexity. Grantors typically don't fund preliminary design and expect the project sponsors to foot the bill. This is to ensure that the sponsors have skin in the game and sort out design issues as early as possible before external funding sources come into play. Therefore, without a grant source for preliminary design and without pre-pandemic operating revenue that used to help cover some of these costs, this makes initiating new projects challenging. Another challenge is when we seek external funding sources, a BART match is typically required. Again, without the usual sources at our disposal, even applying for these grants will be difficult. On the right is a list of potential funding opportunities that has and will continue to help fund some station projects, but their available amounts only allow for small to modest investments. We also need to emphasize that these sources are not dedicated to BART, with the exception of RR, of course, and we need to compete with other project sponsors. With no funding pot as large as State Prop 1B in sight, we are not in the position in the near term to advance gateway projects that cost $30 to $60 million. Next slide. However, this absolutely does not mean we're not planning for gateway projects, but priority discussions at this point are focused on our operations and core capacity. Now, with that in mind, and with the funding sources that are currently potentially available to us, the near-term future of station modernization is to continue enhancing the customer experience at a systemic level in our stations, like fare gates, escalators, elevators, and public restrooms, and to advance station investments that support BART board policies like our TOD and sustainability programs. And I also like to add that these projects score very, very well with our riders. Now, at some point, when a significant funding source like State Prop 1B becomes available, which staff continues to work on diligently, we will refer back to our station concept plans, quickly refresh as necessary, and advance the next round of projects. Thank you.
Tim, earlier it was noted we have the best engineers. We have the best planners as well.
Thank you.
Let's turn to any public comments we may have.
Joe, you may address the board.
Wow, thank you for the great honor to address the board again today. I did review the station modernization presentation and a few questions I have for board members to ask staff. Number one, shouldn't fare gates, the strong fare gates that at Rockridge, be the top priority and for all stations? Second question, why can't you put climbing roses and other, such fragrant flowers at these, stations to, one, absorb carbon emissions, and two, make places even more welcoming? And number three, can board and staff discuss allowing food and drink so that you can have a coffee bar on the top of Rockridge Station, possibly? that would help bring in some revenue. And I really loved hanging out at Rockridge Station. It is without a doubt the most majestic transit station in the entire world, even more majestic than TransLinks in Vancouver. That's how great BART is. It's just as great and bold as your vaccine mandate. But I digress. And again, those are my free questions. Or, you know, what are you doing about fare gates? Why aren't you putting climbing roses in? And also, you know, try to get a coffee bar or something in the paid zones, but especially at Rockridge. Thank you for having me, and go BART.
Thank you, Joe. I don't know exactly how staff can provide you with a response. I can tell you that we have prioritized fare gates system-wide. Next speaker.
That's all the public comment, Director Infante.
Thank you. Any directors have comments to make? Director Salzman, followed by President Foley, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you. I'm glad this presentation came forward. I've actually been asking for it to come forward for a while because I had the realization that, you know, a board, I don't know how, 8 years ago or something, prioritized station modernization, and most of those board members aren't here anymore, and we haven't gotten an update on overall station mod in a really long time. So I wanted to get us all on the same page and, you know, start to discuss where it is on the priorities. I think the work that's been done so far has been really impressive. I think El Cerrito del Norte, you've heard me talk about too much, so I won't say any more, but I'm excited to see what's coming to Powell and 19th and some of the smaller projects that have been done at other stations. But I do feel like, you know, the board, and it was a previous board, set station modernization as a priority. And then staff went out and did a lot of public outreach around a few stations, including downtown Berkeley, which you heard earlier from the mayor and a council member, and you've got letters from several other people, including the university. There was a lot of public outreach done, several in-station events that I attended, at least 2 stakeholder meetings with, you know, over a dozen stakeholders, a survey that over 500 people filled out, and we created this concept plan, and then it just sat for, I think it's now been almost, it's 5.5 or 6 years. And for a while we told people it was going to happen. We were just looking for funding, but clearly this got deprioritized, not just downtown Berkeley, but station modernization, the gateway projects overall. For a while, you know, it was because we were moving forward the other 3, which made sense. But then as those had full funding, we still didn't kind of seek funding for this. And it got deprioritized because there's lots of other important priorities. But what I've expressed frustration with staff, and I just wanted to air it here publicly. I think in the future, when big priorities like this are deprioritized by staff, you really need to come to the board to have at least a discussion about, if not a vote on. Because we left it as this was going to be a prioritized, and we were going to start bringing more and more stations forward. And then we just heard silence, and there was an internal decision made. So that happened. I don't even know if it was under previous management or under the current. So it is what it is, what happened. But in the future, and this was something I brought up this summer when we talked about how to make decisions on prioritizing capital needs, the board has to be involved on these big decisions. I mean, we're talking about projects that cost tens of millions of dollars. We just have to be involved in the decision about whether to prioritize or not. We might have made the same decision as staff made, but we just have to be part of that decision in the future. And with that said, I really want to see downtown Berkeley move forward, at least for getting it 35% design. You know, I understand that $1 million can seem like a hurdle, but in BART funds, it isn't that huge of a hurdle, and there are partnerships we can bring to the table here. So downtown Berkeley, and I think we need to figure out what the next couple of stations are for advancing those concept plans to become actual designs. I think that needs to be a priority, because we can't even ask for the money to build the projects if we haven't designed them. And it still might take years or decades to get the full funding to construct these projects, but we have to get them designed to even be competitive to potentially get funding to build them. And these are important projects. So that is what I would like to see to get us designing a few more stations, maybe holding off on more concept plans, because what's the point of having 50 concept plans if we're not going to advance any of them to design? So let's figure out which ones are prioritized and get them designed, and then start to seek the funding and figure out how we can move some of these projects forward. So again, thank you for all the work you've done. It's been really incredible, but I just want to figure out how we can get to that next step. And again, to ensure that the board's involved in these decisions. Thank you.
Director Rayburn, you're muted.
There we go. Thank you, Director Salzman, for your passion about Berkeley. And President Foley.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. I just had a quick question of staff. Where does the replacement of our platform display monitors fit into modernization of the stations? Is that a separate project on its own track? Is it tied into this? So if you could just give me some information on that, I'd appreciate it.
So thank you, President Foley, Carl Holmes. That's the destination signage, and that is separate from the station mod program.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'll talk to staff offline. Thank you. That was all I had, Chair Rayburn.
Excellent, good question, though. And they're at Lake Merritt. You can go test them out. Next, Director Raines.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Rayburn. So I really think we should focus on brightening the stations. Just it's amazing what paint and lighting can do to a station. It looks cleaner, it looks more welcoming. And I have reservations about spending more money on concepts unless we have some kind of funding hope to deliver the project. I mean, this is happening with the Irvington station. I guess, Measure BB is funding, a local funding measure is funding the design. And I would just go back to maybe ACTC or these transportation agencies and ask for the design funding to complete 35% design because we have structural deficits. We don't have funding, a complete funding plan for the fare gates, although we do have, I think 50% of that fund is, we have a solid plan of how we're going to get the funding for half of the funds for the budget for the fare gates. But we've got so many needs and so many basic needs that I just don't see us going to this grand scale on station modernization at this point, unless we can get our structural deficits under control. So anyway, I hope that we can find the money to do some design for, say, Berkeley, the Berkeley station. And I would hope that we could get it from ACTC or some other transportation entity to help push the project forward. We've just got too many needs, and I appreciate just brightening up the stations, cleaning them. That's all people really want right now. And at least we're doing some basic infrastructure improvements given our financial condition. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director Salzman's returned.
I don't have anything more to say, but I noticed that Berkeley Vice Mayor Lori Drosty has joined us and would like to speak. So I'm hoping you would reopen public comment for her.
District Secretary, would you please invite Lori Drosty to join us?
Absolutely.
Comments?
Vice Mayor, you may address the board.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Lori Drosty. I'm the Vice Mayor of Berkeley. I'm just calling in today to say that we're so excited about the downtown Berkeley station modernization, and we're really excited to partner with you on this project. This is a once in a generation opportunity to revitalize the station, to meet the needs of our growing, vibrant downtown area. I'm sure you know our downtown has been changing a lot. And so we really want to make sure that we can continue to enliven the area and provide these much needed improvements. As you know, not only is it the gateway to the city of Berkeley, but also to UC Berkeley, and modernizing the station will bring it into the 21st century. So we really want to work with you. We pride ourselves on our high commuter rates of public transit and alternative forms of transportation. And I just really wanted to take this opportunity to call in and express our support. I apologize for my tardiness. I was finishing up a meeting, and I appreciate you reopening public comment. Thank you so much for considering my comments, and have a lovely day.
Thank you. Seeing no other board members, I'll conclude with just making a few comments about Prop 1B. It was passed in 2006. It was a $20 billion bond measure that's been stretched into 15 years later. I wonder how much money remains that we can possibly tap into. I also note that that bond measure passed with 61% of the vote in 2006. I wonder if we can pull off something like that again in California. It may be a long shot, but that's what works. Finding the day. Do we have any money left in Prop 1B?
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. There is, last I checked, anywhere from 2 to 3 million that is remaining that's not allocated, but it's actually about to get allocated to complete some of the current projects that we have. So essentially, we do not have funds remaining to be allocated to future projects.
Thank you very much. This was a very informative presentation. With that, I'll turn it back over to President Foley.
Thank you, Chair Rayburn. I see that we are at 12:48 and we still have the Administrative Committee, GM report, and board matters before going into closed session. Did we want to take a brief break, or do we want to just go through to admin? I know it's maybe a lengthy item. It is a budgetary update, but I'm looking for show of hands, nodding of heads. Break or no break? Or
Is it possible that our break could be the closed session so we could get a chance to eat?
Yeah, of course it could be. Do you thinking about going to closed session now and then coming back and doing admin after closed session? That's fine with me as well, if you'd like to do that. Maybe start closed session at 1 o'clock. That's about 10 minutes from now. And then we will proceed with closed session and then move on to back to the administration committee. So with that being the case, I'll ask the district secretary, is there any public comment regarding going into closed session? I'll give folks a chance to raise their hand virtually if they'd like to do that. And I believe that's *9. And I'm looking to see, and I don't see any hands. So with that, let's go ahead and conclude open session for the moment. We will go into closed session and hopefully resume sometime, I don't know, in the 1:30, 1:45 timeframe. I'm being optimistic. So
We'll start with 1:45.
all right. I think we might get earlier, but we'll see. All right. Sounds good, everyone. I'll in closed session in 10 minutes. Thank you.
So it looks like we almost are at a quorum, and once we have a quorum, we'll get started. And I see Director Duffy's joined us, so I believe we have a quorum. So there is nothing to report out of closed session. So now we will move back to the administration item, and I will turn it over to Chair Lee.
Great. We have one item under administration, and it is a ridership update. So I will turn it over to staff for the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson Lee. This is Pamela Herhold, Assistant General Manager for Performance and Budget. I want to thank you all for sticking with us. It's been a long day with many interesting presentations. I'm going to turn it right over to Mike Eisman, Director of Financial Planning, and Chris Seamy, Director of Budgets, to walk us through a presentation on ridership and an update on our financial outlook. So Jackie, I know you're working on it.
While she's working on it, perhaps we can give a really brief intro here to buy some time. I really appreciate all the directors for staying on so that we can discuss this really important item. This was something that I had requested, and I'm sure others had, to really dig into the financial situation and do a ridership update because we're at a quarter and a little bit into the fiscal year already. And we had charted out different potential ridership scenarios. I think we've all read the materials. I think we've all received the briefing. We are at a pretty critical point because we are in a phase right now where we expected to grow our ridership from approximately 25%, which we did meet, to 50% by around March of next year. We only have a few months left to do that. So it was a really good time for us to revisit our financials, look at how our ridership is doing, and hope to have a little bit more of a discussion at the board level about how we're doing and the sort of what the staff is calling a runway of what the future fiscal years look like based on the kind of federal funding we have in hand right now, especially with ARP. The last thing I'll note before hopefully Jackie, this is all the time I can buy. Okay, great. The last thing I'll note here is after seeing this presentation and getting a briefing from staff, I have also talked to a couple AGMs about coming back hopefully in December to give an update of what they are doing and where there are gaps to really increase ridership to be able to get to our goal, our base case, or our budget case of 50% pre-pandemic ridership by March of next year. So with that, I will hand it back to you, Pam.
Thank you, Chairperson Lee. Mike, ready?
Sure. Thank you, Pam. Good afternoon, directors. Mike Eisman here for Financial Planning. I'll start with 3 topics here on the next slide. I'll start with a ridership trends and an outlook update. Second, our operating financial outlook. Third, timeline for expenditure of our federal funds. And then Chris Seamy will conclude our presentation with the discussion of our near-term actions and our upcoming budget process. Next slide, please. So beginning with ridership trends, you can see here at the top of this page, 7-day rolling average of ridership for the last 12 months, ending in September. We have a very slow but steady increase in daily ridership in this calendar year. We're now exceeding 110,000 daily trips on a typical weekday, or 25% of 2019 levels. Next slide, please. Ridership recovery remains slightly ahead of budget, but as Director Lee mentioned, real risk in the months ahead. So the orange line here shows our actual ridership
as a percent of 2019 levels. Dotted blue line shows our FY22 budget expectation. Gray line is our range between our upside and downside scenarios. You can see that our ridership hit 28% in September, so that's just a bit ahead of budget. October actuals are not shown here, but through Tuesday, we were at 27% for the month compared to 26% in the budget. Note that the budget does assume a broader return to on-site work, driving a faster pace of ridership growth beginning now and continuing for the next 2 quarters. Next slide, please. This slide shows data on weekly office occupancy rates across 10 U.S. regions at 25% of 2019 levels through mid-October. The Bay Area has the lowest occupancy rates in the country. You'll note that 25% is very close to the performance of our weekday peak ridership recovery, and the 2 stats have tracked very closely throughout the pandemic, which just underscores how important the return to work timeline and extent is to our ridership future. Next slide, please. So we have some information here from the Bay Area Council's October Employer Network poll. Generally shows that member businesses are overwhelmingly planning for a hybrid remote work future, and most currently expect to implement that plan over the next 6 months. The graphic on this slide shows employer responses to the question of how many days per week they expect the typical employee to be in the office once the pandemic is behind us. And the dark orange bars are the results for the October poll. The most common expectation among businesses is that the typical employee will be on site 3 days per week, with some assuming more and some less. We can actually skip the next slide, please. And yeah, thank you very much. Employers were also asked when they plan to implement their long-term normal plan. This slide compares responses from the July poll on the left to the October poll on the right. In the October responses, 29% report that they have already implemented their long-term normal plans. Compare that to our 25% peak recovery. Another 52% plan to implement their long-term normal over the next 6 months. If that occurs, 4 out of 5 businesses will be through their transition by April. While these responses are roughly in line with our budget expectations, it's important to note that employer timelines for on-site work have shifted several times during the pandemic, and another COVID surge this winter would certainly delay the transition. Slide, please. Just consistent with recent discussions, we're continuing to plan for 3 long-term ridership recovery scenarios. The dotted gray line here is our pre-COVID ridership projection. Our base case is shown in blue, and that's consistent with our FY22 budget and assumes recovery thereafter to 80% of pre-COVID expectations by 2026. Downside scenario in the solid gray line shows a 65% recovery on the same timeline, and the upside shows a 90% recovery on the same timeline. I want to emphasize here that we do view that downside scenario as not as an extreme worst case scenario, but as a plausible future that we need to plan for. Next slide, please. As we think about how to respond to these challenges, we want to remind the board that the majority of BART's operating costs do not scale directly with service levels. This graphic illustrates groupings of operating expenses as represented in our operating cost model. We estimate about 36% of our operating costs, pictured here in orange, do scale proportionally with service. The remaining costs are either fixed or, like the police department, for example, dependent on policy decisions beyond rail service levels. The point here is that because of the relatively high fixed cost and low marginal cost of operating rail service, combined with the importance of ridership recovery for our revenue, we don't believe that service cuts would improve our fiscal position in this environment. Next slide, please. The tables on this slide present our financial projections. The base case is detailed on the top table, and the downside scenario is in the bottom table. The only difference between these 2 scenarios is operating revenue. You'll notice that the uses of funds are the same between the 2. You can see that in both scenarios, diminished revenue results in very large operating deficits for years into the future. Federal assistance would allow us to balance the bottom line through fiscal 23 in these projections in the downside, and 2 quarters beyond the end of fiscal 24 in the base case. Thereafter, we project annual shortfalls between 100 and 250 million per year, depending on ridership recovery.
Mike, Point of clarification, is this slide a modified slide that was sent out?
Yes.
Yes, Director, we had initially posted a version that contained a typo, and this slide revises and corrects the typo.
Okay, thank you.
And the corrected version is consistent with the projection on the next slide. With a graphic that shows another way of visualizing the timeline for extending federal assistance. Through extraordinary support to transit for the federal government, BART has been allocated a total of $1.3 billion from the 3 COVID relief packages. Our burn rate over the last 2 quarters averaged $31 million per month. Through September, we've used 39% of the funds and $800 million remains. In the base case scenario in blue, our balance of federal funding reaches 0 after January of 2025. In the downside scenario, we reach the end of our funding after October of 2023. To emphasize, we project 24 to 38 months of fiscal runway remaining. Next slide, please. Before I hand it over to Chris to talk about our near-term actions, I'll just reorient you to this slide from our board workshop, where we discussed a broad range of fiscal recovery strategies. These break down into 3 major categories: maximizing ridership recovery, managing expense, and securing new revenue. This district has taken important actions in each of these areas this year. We bring this list back to you today to emphasize that it has become increasingly clear that new revenue will be needed to sustain train service in the future. With that, Chris.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Mike, and good afternoon. Director, it's Christopher Simi, Budget Director here. So as we wrap up this presentation over the next couple of slides, I wanted to touch upon how it is guiding our decision-making over the current and upcoming fiscal years. I'll start with this year. We're not changing course at this time. We know we're not the only transit agency in this position, so we must continue to help lead the conversation about transit's future. And we're continuing to do everything we can to win riders back while holding down costs. Looking ahead, there are 2 near-term strategies we are pursuing to stabilize the district's financial position over the long term. First, as Mike has discussed over the past several slides, BART must pursue significant additional revenue if we are to maintain anything resembling service levels the public expects past the end of FY25. If BART has a revenue problem and this requires a revenue solution, exactly what that looks like is not something we're discussing today, but given its size, it will require time. And this leads into the second strategy you see here, which is to make our federal assistance last longer. With the combination of targeted savings and limited revenue growth to the tune of $40 to $50 million a year, we aim to make our assistance last for 1 additional fiscal year. So what we're trying to do here is to stretch our federal money in order to give us the time we need to put together a new revenue source. The date we run out of federal funding largely depends on whether we track closer to the base case or downside scenario. But in either case, it serves us to extend our runway for as long as possible. Next slide, please. Okay, on this final slide, we wanted to provide a quick preview of the upcoming budget process. The first set of bullets is about what BART plans to do in FY23. This reads much like what we're doing in the current year, which is staying the course on our strategy of putting out rich service, reducing costs, and not ignoring our very real capital needs. One major change you will see is a shift to a rolling 2-year budget. What that means is that in June of 2022, you will be asked to adopt a budget covering FY23 and FY24, which ends in June 2024. I'll just emphasize the rolling aspect here, which means that BART will continue to appropriate funding on an annual basis, but for a 2-year period instead of 1. In other words, there will be an opportunity to revisit the FY24 budget again next year when we are budgeting for both FY24 and FY25. This is a best practice, and it is particularly relevant right now as the 2-year expenditure planning window includes, in our downside scenario, the date we may be expending our final federal dollars. This approach allows us to mitigate this risk by addressing it earlier. You will hear more details about the operating budget for the 2 upcoming fiscal years as we kick off the budget development process early in the new year. This is simply a preview of what it will look like and provides a sense of the scale of the issues we are grappling with. And as we wrap up this presentation, we just want to acknowledge that the outlook in this presentation is quite concerning. Given what we know at this time, the magnitude of our fiscal challenges are such that we cannot cut our way out of this. Without significant additional revenues, BART cannot continue to operate as it does now. Securing the revenue we need will take time, and that is why the focus of the upcoming budget development process will be about carefully drawing down on our generous but limited allocation of federal funding in order to buy us the time we need to secure that additional revenue. That's the conclusion of the presentation, so thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you so much to staff for your presentation. I want to check if there are any public commenters first. I'll hand it to you, District Secretary. Looks like we have a few.
Derek Sage-Horn, you may address the board.
Hi, this is Derek Sage-Horn with the East Bay Transit Riders Union. I just want to appreciate staff for putting together this report to really take a look at the serious consequences that kind of slowly recovering ridership that the district is facing. I really hope that we can start to really move forward in the conversation of a potential regional mega measure to help supplement revenue, because it's clear that like our existing model for BART is not working in the post-COVID era. So I really look forward to seeing BART particularly being a pushing forward at the regional level to get a new revenue source regionally and hopefully state as well. I also want to use the opportunity to say we need to start looking at different service patterns, given that BART might not necessarily have to be a agency that is focused on 9-to-5 commuters, but focusing more on off-peak service. I understand the district is going to do a BART Metro 2030 study to see how they can add more service in the core. And I think off-peak and Metro core service is going to be critical for BART to getting riders back long-term that are not necessarily going to be commuting from the Tri-Valley to downtown San Francisco 5 days a week. And more investment in Oakland and Berkeley and San Francisco can help spur and get that ridership back. Thank you.
Jonathan Cass, you may address the board.
Good afternoon, directors. My name's Jonathan Cass. I'm the Transportation Policy Manager for SPUR. This is a sobering picture in the presentation today, but we're appreciative that BART is starting to have this conversation. What we're talking about here are not really deficits, but gaps in funding that impact BART's basic existence, and SPUR does not want to imagine a future without BART. For BART to both provide great service and simultaneously cut costs, we need to think about types of network management reforms, which this board has been supportive of, and that can provide greater efficiencies and grow ridership. It's critical to address some of the structural roots of BART's current and future financial challenges. A rescue measure needs to not only prop up the balance sheet for BART, but put it on a path to transformation. If BART and all transit in the Bay Area is not only to survive this current crisis, but thrive in this new world, we need to reimagine it. And SPUR looks forward to engaging with you all on whatever reforms are needed. Thank you.
Adina Levin, you may address the board.
Good afternoon, Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. So first of all, I wanted to really thank BART staff and board for looking ahead at this time and of doing the 2-year budget, keeping track of the ridership recovery in a really clear-eyed fashion. Like the previous speaker said, so we're members of the Voices for Public Transportation who have been supporting a regional transportation funding measure that was needed before COVID. And, now more than ever at the workshop earlier today. They're doing a convening about potential regional transit funding starting on December 10th. It is not too early to start to think about bringing funding into the system. So thank you very much for that. The next point I wanted to make is to thank the BART board for leadership on fare integration and other elements of seamless transit. As the fare study has shown, fare integration is a potentially really powerful strategy to help bring ridership back to transit and expand transit ridership for people and trips where it wasn't, for whom and where it was not practical before. Thank like until now and continued leadership along those lines. And I also wanted to report with a Friends of Caltrain hat on last week's Caltrain board workshop that looked at Caltrain's perspective on regional governance topics. And at that board, they looked at the potential for better integrated service with BART as part of a single system for riders as a strategy to help increase transit ridership and make the system more convenient, addressing the goals that Caltrain had adopted. And these are amongst the opportunities for making our system work better for riders, increase transit ridership, and have the potential to bring some efficiencies to the way that that customer service is managed and the way that capital projects over time are.
We lost her. Kevin Burke, you may address the board.
Hi, my name is Kevin Burke with East Bay for Everyone. I just wanted to say that I agree that this budget projections seem concerning, and I hope that BART would consider looking at a regional mega measure to try to find some new funding sources. I also agree with Derek and Adina about the need to start planning for off-peak service. As I understand it, the main drivers of costs are peak service. So adding additional frequency off-peak shouldn't add that much additional cost, but it would draw in some more riders, especially as ridership patterns keep changing. Yeah, I also, if you're looking for more sources of revenue, I'd consider that you look at parking prices. I know in Walnut Creek, for example, which is where I used to commute from, the BART parking lot is significantly cheaper than other market rate parking lots in the area. I urge you to consider raising prices so that we can raise more revenue to fund more service throughout the system and get more riders on the trains. Thanks very much and have a great day.
That was the last public speaker.
Thank you so much, District Secretary. All right, we'll go to board comments and we'll start with Vice President Salzman because I know she has to leave soon.
Thank you. Thanks for this presentation and thanks for all of the public speakers who are either waited through our whole meeting or maybe were alerted to come back. So great job, whoever was able to coordinate that. And yeah, I think, you know, just like you, we're all concerned to see these numbers, but not surprised. And I just wanted to remind folks that we've actually been here before, you know, before the pandemic, not too long ago in 2017, after we had record ridership growth for so long, our ridership started to drop. And we really had only 6 months notice that we were going to have $100 million budget gap to fill. And that was the year I was board president, so I remember it well. And we were able to do it. And a couple of you were new to the board at the time. And we were able to we secured more state funding by helping not just pass SB1, but by getting more funding for transit in it. We were able to cut costs. We were able to generate some more other revenue, a little bit smaller than the state money. And we were able to close that gap without doing some of the worst options that were on the table. So I know we can do it again. And the great thing is, because of the amazing work of the BART team, we have a lot more time this time to do it. So with, at least a couple of years time, maybe longer, I know we can do it together. And it will mean we need to get more outside revenue, whether that's from a regional mega measure, which I wouldn't want to depend on, but of course would support doing something like that. Or if it's from additional state funds, we'll see if the state continues to be flush as it has been in the past couple of years. And if so, maybe they're willing to share some of that with transit, or whether it's securing more federal funds. But besides the outside funding, we have to do more ourselves, I think, both on the expense and revenue side. So a lot has been done on expenses so far. I'm sure some things can be done at the margin, but it's probably not a huge number. It's not going to close this gap on its own. So I do think we need to get creative about the revenues. And I'm glad we had multiple public comments today, not just on this item, about charging the right amount for parking. And I think it is time to restart that process that we were just about to start before the pandemic hit, to look at demand-based pricing. To even look at it and do the Title VI study is going to take quite some time. And so I think we need to bring that back to the board soon so we can start that study and then make the decision about how we want to move forward with parking pricing. Now, if it's demand-based, it means at a lot of stations, the pricing isn't going to go up immediately, because right now none of our stations are full, but maybe that is the time to kind of set the program so that then people will see, as the stations are filling up, the cost goes up, and then people stop parking there and they're able to park there and they can kind of see it in real time happening. But I think we need to look at every revenue source on the table. Our station retail program has stalled for a very long time, some of it because of legal issues. But now that we're getting out of that, I'd really like to see that come to the board. It might be at the margins, but if there's more we can do with advertising, I think we should look at it. Basically, I'd like to see at our board workshop next year, every idea put on the table, even if some of them end up being ideas that we say no way to. I think we just need to put it all out there. We have the time, but we need to start now so we can figure this out to make sure we make whatever the best decisions are. And then, of course, we can make some of these decisions. And if outside funding materializes, we can either pull back on things, or we can say we're going to have more revenue. We can provide more service. We can have more people cleaning the trains. We can have more ambassadors, whatever we want to invest in. There's always more things to invest money in. So I'm not worried about having too much, but I think this is the time, and we need to start getting creative, being open-minded, and just working on this, but I'm sure we can do it together. And with that, I'm going to actually turn over the full chairing of the meeting to Chair Lee, because President Foley has already left and I'm about to leave to go to the ACTC meeting. But before I do, I wanted to remember to say, on behalf of President Foley, I know he's been advocating for a 2-year budget process since he got to the BART board. So I'm sure he is thrilled to see us moving towards that. So I just wanted to say that on his behalf before I leave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Salzman. Looks like we have a couple more hands up from directors. So we'll go to Director Rayburn, then Director Ames.
Thank you, Director Lee. There's both optimism and pessimism in this presentation. I'm optimistic when I look at slide number 5 that shows the most recent October or September survey showed an increase in the number of businesses that want to reopen 5 days a week. And when I add up those responses from 3 to 5 days, we see 77% of the businesses, that's their goal. However, we're vulnerable to yet another wave. Who knows what's going to hit us next? And so we have to plan for the downside. And I would like to, in our next discussion, have some options on the table just for discussion without speculating here today. I'm in strong support of the 2-year budget cycle, rolling budget cycle. And I'm also interested in knowing if there are any changes to the presentation that would need to be made to reflect the adjusted ARP allocation that was just announced yesterday. And while you're thinking about that response, I'll just summarize that I think our strategy, it has to be to maximize our passengers volume, and doing that by perhaps network management, changing the service levels to suit the demand that we're seeing. It's difficult to be real nimble with an agency as large as BART, and but we might need to make some type of changes there as well. We need to manage expenses on an ongoing basis. And we also need to secure new revenues, whether it be from parking, as I suggested earlier, no free parking anywhere at any time. As well, I've made some recommendations to the general manager in the past month about returning to the retail program now that it's out of the weeds with legally. And I also want to look at how we're allocating funds to capital. I think that's a major element in our expenditures, and we need to tighten our belt in that realm as well. So there's plenty to chew on here. Anyway, does staff have a response to the adjustments from the ARP?
Director Rayburn, apologies. We had an audio issue here in the room. Could you just restate your question on ARP?
Okay, it was announced yesterday that the ARP funds, American Recovery Plan allocation to BART was reduced. We were in the memo I saw, it suggested that, oh, don't worry, but I need to hear this, and I think the public needs to hear what the changes are and how we will be dealing with those elements and maybe how they impact the presentation we've seen just now.
Director, my understanding is that the Commission's action yesterday included an adjustment to the plan that had previously been stated. So the plan was that they were going to set aside from the region's ARP allocation $85 million for regional initiatives associated with the Blue Ribbon Action Plan. Because FTA indicated that doing so would make it difficult for the region to secure additional assistance, they changed the plan and allocated out that amount of funding between the operators. But they also made a plan to secure that same $85 million from other sources in the future, including, for example, BART's allocation and other operators' allocation of state transit assistance. So it's essentially a fund swap. It's a cash swap. But it results in the same amount of funding to BART.
Thank you. We've heard that live.
All right, thank you for your comments, Director Rayburn. Director Ames.
Chair Lee, so this is a very sobering discussion. I had a feeling this was going to happen last year, and hope that we could have strung out, I guess it's called the runway, but extend our federal funding longer than we were initially supposed to be committed to. Because of this situation, which I know we've talked about structural deficits at our workshops, and we're finally getting to this. So near term, we're saying we're not going to change the course, but we are going to be preparing a 2-year budget. And I've asked for that from day one as well, which helps. But I guess my concern is can staff just clarify the downside scenario? Is it 65% of ridership? Is that what we're thinking the downside would be for that?
Yes, Director, the assumption in that scenario is we recover to 65% by 2026. So the downside in the near term is what's captured in the ridership recovery sort of the bottom of that gray band on one of the early slides in the presentation.
So,
but it's well below that in the near term.
Sorry, what was that last part?
It is well below that in the near term. So in our downside scenario, we would stay roughly at our current ridership level until spring.
But long term, we're saying 65% of ridership by 2026.
That's right.
Okay. And I know we need to pursue additional funding, but we talk about like reimagine reforms. I mean, I don't see us raising parking fees. That's probably not going to work right now to gain funding. But, you know, I've often talked about the missing middle. If I talk about the housing policy that created these super commuters and people are driving more than ever, it's because we need housing reform for not just affordable housing, but for the missing middle. And I know Spur is going to have some kind of a seminar or some kind of a discussion on this soon next month. So I'll attend that. But those are the kind of reforms we need to see to reimagine our housing mix. But also just trying to figure out a way to increase our ridership. I don't see it happening during the off-peak. Michael, when you talk about the ridership trends, and we're kind of the lowest to come back to all the mega cities. So are we thinking that the hybrid model that will be in the future, or it's happening now, I suppose, that's going to generate this 65% of ridership by 2026? Where is that number coming from?
Director, I think our base case scenario, it's pretty hard to speculate about the long-term futures first, I'll say. So I wouldn't think of those as predictions, but more just a range of scenarios that we need to develop contingency plans for. The base case scenario is sort of, if you assume 3 days a week, 2.5 to 3 days a week on-site work for office-based workers, and then a gradual return to something like our pre-COVID mode shares for non-work trips over about 5 years, that would put you roughly in the range of the base case scenario.
Sorry, to clarify for staff, these base case scenarios, these scenarios are the same as was presented when we passed the fiscal year 22 budget. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. Sorry, but the base case, I'm talking about the downside case.
Right. Yeah. So the downside case is substantially more pessimistic on each of those indicators than the base case.
Yeah, the base case is 80% by 2026. But anyway, I just wanted to understand like how we got to the 65%, which is the downside. But I really appreciate this discussion. I think we should have more of these, not to just think about doing nothing. I suppose this could happen during our workshop. You throw everything at the wall, but I just don't see us recovering without a huge bailout. So we need to come up with a plan of how to do that. I mean, this is a great discussion. We should have had this earlier, but now more than ever. And I don't know exactly how we're going to navigate through this without, some reimagining of major reforms on housing, to maybe it is seamless transit, to get people to take transit that's, it's affordable, it's seamless, and maybe that's the way we can get out of this to meet the downside ridership case, in addition to additional funding, in addition to reimagining our capital program. I know Director Rayburn talked about that. We're not going to redo stations like we did for El Cerrito. I don't see this happening in the near term, to 2026. We might just have to do the bare minimum and just do basic infrastructure. And those kind of capital decisions also will play in to our short and long range view. But I really think this is a great time to talk about this. And, we want BART to survive, and I know it will, with this board and with the staff expertise. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. We'll go to Director Dufty, and then I'll close out this last item.
So I just want to thank the finance and budget team. I want to thank Pam. I want to thank Chris, and I want to thank Michael. As a director, I have frequently been briefed by you collectively or individually. I feel like I've understood what our fiscal situation is. I want to commend all of the executive leadership who have restrained costs. I think that's one of the most important areas in which we have done a great job of controlling costs so that we're not worsening a very difficult situation. I do think that there is going to be federal and state support. We are not alone. We are struggling like other transit properties are. And I think that the program that Bob Powers is executing, bringing back service, being responsive, whether it's to the business, travel, and tourism in San Francisco, who asked and got us to extend service a month earlier, to what we're doing on Halloween. I think that BART is really standing tall in the Bay Area for really trying to help the overall recovery. And I think in terms of keeping faith with our riders, and I'm very eager to see the influx of ambassadors and crisis intervention specialists. And I think that that is going to have an effect. I think that sticking with our vaccine mandate is going to be respected by riders, and they're going to understand how we're prioritizing their health in being within our system, and that we're doing the right things. So I just want to say that yes, this is difficult, but I don't feel like there are no surprises. We've all seen the direction and the fact that it has taken a lot longer, and the fact that we are in the breadbasket of innovation. It is no surprise to me that remote working has really functioned well in the tech and other sectors that allow it to be. But we've stepped up to respond to those individuals who are essential workers, and I think we are respecting and providing an absolutely needed service. And I think in the long term, I do think that there is going to be a hybrid of working remotely and the need for collaboration, human contact, interaction, that I think is going to bring more riders to our doorstep. So, this is certainly a report that is serious and significant, but I really want to commend the leadership of this agency for cutting costs, and I think doing everything possible to position us to recover as quickly as we can. And I'm proud as a director to support you, and I am proud to join directors and other legislative and political leaders around the region and around the state to ensure that transit gets its fair share so we have the opportunity to fully recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Duffy. I'll close out by saying a few things. I would like to 100% associate myself with Director Duffy's comments. I don't want to berate staff here. I think that you've all done an incredible job to make this information really accessible. I remember when I had the briefing, I really appreciated slide 11 that really helped me visualize how the federal funding was over a timeline was impacting our budget and how much time we had left. I also, recognize that as admin chair, I had requested this financial update. So I would take responsibility of wanting to see it sooner. So just a few things to add. In the future, I think we're really going to have to look at that runway, also with key decision points of when we need to start, figuring out what those new revenue sources are so that we can, keep pushing off that fiscal ledge. I would +1 Director Vice President Saltzman's recommendation of using the board retreat to discuss what those revenue options are. I would also say to Director Ames, yes, we can look at capital budget, but if you look at slide 10, the real, red numbers here are all around. This is our operating budget that we are talking about, and we need to figure out what those revenue sources to fill those pretty big red numbers are going to be. I would also add my support for moving on to a 2-year rolling budget. That's great for us. It sounds like it's going to be a bit of work on staff time, but I'm hoping that this brings you all a little bit more consistency and stability with budgeting. And yeah, I would say I'm really grateful for being able to see, this runway, this outlook. And I think, a lot of us here have talked about what we need to do on the ridership front. So again, would really encourage staff to bring back a presentation as soon as possible, hopefully in December, to think about how we really get to the 50% budgeted case scenario of ridership by the end of March. I would encourage us to revisit some of our customer satisfaction survey numbers and figure out where we might need to invest some more time and energy to be able to bring back that ridership. So I appreciate all the work that staff has done. And I will now close this committee. And it means that we are now moving over to item number 8, General Manager's Report. So Bob.
Thanks, Chairperson Lee. A couple of comments here, updates here. MTC workshop, most of you know, or I think you know, yesterday and today, 2-day MTC workshop, really focusing on the outcomes of the Blue Ribbon Task Force. It's entitled Building Transit's Future Together, and Commissioner Pedrosa is kind of leading that discussion yesterday and today. BART and Marin Transit were nominated by our fellow GMs at our Monday morning meeting to present. And so Nancy Whelan and I, who's the GM up at Marin Transit, she and I spent yesterday afternoon as part of that workshop, and it went quite well. Additionally, the Bay Area Council and the Silicon Valley Leadership Group presented some return to the office slides. Some of those slides you saw today on a few of the decks that were presented. So that's kind of where we are with MTC. You just heard from Eisman and Ms. Hairhold here that yesterday MTC approved the final tranche of the ARP funding to Director Rayburn's question earlier. So that action programs all the remaining ARP funds. So they are all been programmed out, and thanks to MTC for getting those funds into the operators to put out onto the streets, the buses, the rails. So that's great. Update here, I don't think Director Simon is with us, but you received a board memo earlier this week about free BART rides for school field trips. And I just wanted to highlight that for a second and really thank Director Simon for helping us secure some private funding to launch this program. Director Simon and Director Duffy and Director Lee and I, we've all been meeting with the San Francisco directors. And Simon and I were on, and Pam has been there and Rod has been there. But we were on with Supervisor Walton, and he brought this up about equity and making sure that transit's available to everyone. And Director Simon was there with us. And here, right after that, Director Simon was able to work with Google and our external affairs, and they contributed $100,000 to this program, which is going to allow us to begin our pilot program. So thank you, Director Simon, for that. Plan Bay Area 2050 was adopted by MTC and ABAG last Thursday, and the plan provides a roadmap to make the Bay Area more equitable, more resilient, and so we're tracking that closely between Mr. Minotti and Ms. Lindelof, so we're in good shape there. Halloween service, you got a memo from, I think, Rod or Alicia or somebody within the executive team here. We really challenged ourselves to be able to provide additional service into the evening this Sunday, a few days from now. It's not only is it the Halloween event, but it's also the final day of the very popular Outside Lands concert in San Francisco. So between Shane Edwards, Roy Aguilera, and Alicia, and many others, we've been able to extend our late night service through midnight. And, working with Bevan and Director Duffy and many other directors here, we notified Outside Lands, we notified the retail industry, the
the hotel industry in San Francisco and the East Bay and let them know that BART's going to be running late that night. So it's just a good thing. Again, another example of BART being forward-leaning. The other one, the chief has wanted me to make sure, and Michael, that we have a trunk or treat, and that's tonight, this evening from 4 to 7 at North Berkeley BART station. Children 12 and under are welcome to join the event taking place in the parking lot. So that'll be a great event, and the chief will be out there. Today is the last night of our soundtrack music series, and this is the fourth one, and it's going to be at Glen Park, and it's sort of contemporary jazz, hip hop, and R&B. Obviously, all are welcome to attend. So that's our fourth one. We'll do some post-processing on some data and, you know, how the pilot performed, and we'll take it from there between external affairs, communications, and of course, Miss Jennifer Easton, our art program manager. So I believe one of the directors was asking about updates on our vaccination rate, and we'll continue to provide that information to you. As of yesterday, 80% of BART employees are fully vaccinated. And then on the ridership, so a slight decrease the last 2 weeks on ridership. We peaked at about 680,000 weekly trips. In the last 2 weeks, we were at 641 and 629. But, you know, Pam and I have talked several times about this, not to be unexpected. Baseball season has come to an end, and the return to the office, you saw some of those slides. So, and, you know, the very, very strong weather event that was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So, anyway, we continue to monitor ridership as always and keep the board posted. So that's the report, Director Lee.
Got it. Lots going on, General Manager. First, District Secretary, can we go to public comment on the GM's report?
Joe Kunzler, you may address the board.
Wow, thank you. I'm greatly honored to be able to address this wonderful report by Executive Director Bob Powers. To hear that 80% of BART is vaccinated. I don't know if you can hear me clapping, but yes, yes. All right, that's a good feeling to know we're going to beat this virus. We're going to go bold. We're going to attack this virus. You don't attack this virus for being nice. You don't attack this virus by appeasing it. You attack it by spitting in its face and telling it to go to hell. And that's why we need these vax mandates, guys. And I just wanted to wait till this report to give these comments specifically to back up Director Powers, because my hometown, my home area, we're having some real problems up here about getting a vaccine mandates. And I know also that Mooney Director Jeffrey Tumlin's pulling out his hair about it. And, you know, I stand with him as well, because we need to get vaccine mandates to protect the employees, to protect their families, and to protect the greater community. So I just want to give my great support. I also want to compliment Lisa Trost on giving me a tour of BART, and I wish Director Allen was here because I got to see her fare gates at Rockridge. It was absolutely beautiful to see those fare gates. So keep being bold, BART. I know you've got some big fans up in the Puget Sound area that are pulling for you and cheering for you, and so grateful to everyone who has gotten vaccinated. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Joe. I will note that Rockridge is actually District 3 and Vice President Salzman Station, but I think we all appreciate your visit and your props at Rockridge. District Secretary, are there any other public comments?
That was the only commenter.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any director comments to the GM's report? If not, then let's move on to item 9. And as per usual, let's condense the board member reports, roll call for introductions, and in memoriams. I will go to you, Director Rayburn, first.
Thank you. Right after the last board meeting, I attended the VTA, joint BART VTA meeting. last week, I attended the Oakland African American Chamber of Commerce luncheon. It was a live event and award ceremonies. I was very excited last week, last Thursday, to attend the Fruitvale Soundtracks. We had Latin jazz, Davilo just had people dancing, salsa dancing to, he was rocking it. It was just beautiful music. People enjoyed it. And it all came in between storms, and we watched a beautiful sunset together. I think one of the most exciting things I've done in a long time was visit the Alstom plant to see the production line for the new train cars and the retrofit work that's going on to make sure that early deliveries are up to the standards that we expect. And I want to thank Rod Lee, Aisha Brown, of course, John Garnham was there to help lead the tour. And I was very excited to meet Alstom's manager at the site, Jessica Tolino, and her Vice President of Public Outreach, Muriel Lowell. So it was very positive. And I saw some 60 workers employed at the site. They were busy, they were experts. It was very impressive. I hope we can poach a few of them later on for our crews to maintain those cars. And let's just leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Lee?
Yep.
I just want to advise you with Director Ames dropping off that the meeting is officially over and we have lost our quorum.
Got it. Thank you. With that said, my understanding from General Counsel is that we can still continue to share information.
Absolutely.
Excellent. So Director McPartlin, you are the next to share information with the public.
All I really wanted to identify was that I attended with the VTA BART joint meeting the day after our last meeting. And again, a virtual meeting. That was it. That's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director McPartland. Looks like no other directors are willing or need to make comment. So that is the end of the agenda and we are complete because we've already adjourned. All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff.
Bye.